Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, November 15th, starting a little bit earlier, but not perhaps anywhere as earlier as I would have liked. Let's see. I guess we only have one issue to as far as a notification, which is crazy because you definitely get days where there is like 5 to 10 new issues appearing, and it just doesn't really seem like they care to balance out the notifications, where it would be very easy just to say, hey, let's prioritize the most important thing right now and let's get everything else hidden away and announce the next day or the next day or the next day. Now, in all fairness, I guess I do only come into Yu-Gi-Oh! Once every couple of days, but even at that, you'd think they could probably get some of these notifications to be spread out. I mean, yeah, I guess you can just look at the date here and see that this 11:10 notification is higher priority, so it's at the top, and then you have 1, 2, 3 things that were announced on the 13th. No, 4 things that were announced on the 13th, and then nothing on the 11th, nothing on the 12th, then 1, 2, 3, 4 things on the 9th, then nothing on the 8th, then 1 thing on the 7th. It's just like, come on, get some of these notifications on some of those empty days, or at least, or better yet, kind of get rid of some of these notifications or break them down. There's definitely room for critical notifications to pop up and then minor notifications as a secondary category. Let's see, what else? Guess we need to do all the daily quests like usual, and I had a minor disaster, potentially. Secret pack limited time. In that my computer decided to reboot. I don't know why. Probably for a Windows update. And every time my computer, almost 100% of the time now, every time my computer reboots, it messes up the audio setup I have. Which, maybe it's time, now that I'm at version 30 of OBS, to completely rethink the audio setup and try and eliminate Windows input on that. Let me see if we can get rid of Voicemeeter Banana as a middle software and just simplify the process more. Of course, that's more work that I really don't have time for. Speaking of work, I guess I can't testify to doing too much work over the weekend, in that I mostly struggled with trying to write the instructions. It's laughable how difficult it is for me to write instructions, even poorly, knowing I'm going to hand it to ChatGPT to fix it. Like, just that process is not in my forte. It is really just monkeys smashing their hands on typewriters trying to produce Shakespeare. To the point where I'd almost certainly be fired if I was given the task of writing instructions, and it would take me days and days and days and weeks and weeks and still not have a finished product or even a first pass. But yeah, there's something worth mentioning, certainly, that a lot of job descriptions for IT have this default thing that human resources puts in almost every job description, and it's not just IT. You'll see this key phrase used in almost every job. If you're going to be a janitor, if you're going to flip burgers at McDonald's, you'll see this key phrase: must have good verbal and written communication skills. And it's just bullshit, really. There's no way to other phrase it, because inherently, I've never met an IT person that really has great verbal or written communication skills. If somebody does have those skills, they tend not to be very good at computers or IT in general. Getting to the proficiency test now is proving to be a little bit more difficult. And I guess we still are just stuck at tribute summoning a monster. We didn't make it up a level last stream. And it's just kind of a ridiculous requirement if you are a janitor, if you are flipping burgers. It's just not really something that should be required as part of the job listings. Which, at a certain level, I could go into a rant here, certainly is showing that there is just not really any kind of employee protection whatsoever as far as the kinds of demands a job description can include. You constantly hear people try to push this narrative, business owners and rich people, that they can't hire good staff, or that nobody wants to work, things like this, these phrases. But inherently, anybody who has spent any amount of time trying to apply it to a job, whether it's your first job or just your next job that you've spent a long time applying to, you'll see massive amounts of job listings that have unrealistic, unnecessary requirements around them for what the actual task is as it's actually being described. And then inherently, even if you get the job, then whatever's described as the task turns out to not be what the job is too. And that there is some small protection around them significantly changing your job description and effectively firing you by telling you, oh, this IT job really is just hauling old computers out to the dumpster, which is not an IT job. But yeah, there needs to be some level of pushback, I would say, to the idea of what job listings are, and some form of higher penalty for people not actually trying to hire people, for businesses not trying to actually hire people. And that higher penalty very easily could be something like higher taxes. There probably are some kind of payroll tax exemption things you get for having employees, but there probably isn't a system in place that would really punish a company for having just like one employee who turns out to be the CEO's nephew, versus a company having lots and lots of employees. Although, of course, that all just gets back to, you can try and put speed bumps in a system that is already off the rails, in a car that has lost its brakes hundreds of years ago and was designed to eventually go off the rails and lose its brakes, and that's basically what late stage capitalism is. Or you could just simply have universal basic income, and then we would have a truer example of, this looks like this is a really difficult to accomplish ritual deck. This seems like this is going to be crazy. Yeah, you could just implement universal basic income, and then that solves that problem better anyways. You're gonna have very, very few people demanding employment if all their needs are met, because there's just no reason to. Like, people that like to work would just start their own personal businesses, which lots of people would love to do that if their basic needs were met, if they could afford it. And it certainly would allow middle class, or in actuality lower class people, to engage more in competition, which is what the upper class people absolutely do not want. It is all very much a system that has pulled up the ladder behind it, so that there is no way for new companies to really start or compete. If we hadn't had the revolution of the internet, had the internet just not been invented, or not gained enough popularity to be a thing, we would almost certainly be in a world where everything is Walmart at this point. Like, had Walmart even just done a better job of engaging with the internet quicker, we probably would be in a world where they completely controlled every single facet of shopping. And instead, because of the revolution of the internet, we have Amazon effectively acting like a new Walmart. But Amazon certainly is just the new monopolist company, the new monopoly company. And we're not seeing an increase of small shopping sites that people are willing to trust and go to. We're not seeing an increase of websites in general that people are willing to go to, let alone shopping sites. Although, if we got rid of, say, big shopping sites, if some magically Amazon disappeared, and then a lot of social media sites disappeared, I question, even now, if that many people would use the internet at all. Like, if you're not going to Facebook, Twitter, if you're not going to TikTok, a lot of people probably aren't doing anything that is a World Wide Web style website or service. You would probably still have email and things like that, and have apps connected to the internet, but as far as actually going to a website and doing something versus just general backup things. But yeah, I guess that's a long rant to say. Mostly I spent yesterday struggling to write instructions. I did make some progress. It's not terrible. No progress. I'm also still barely paying attention to watching Lex on freemium, the now ever pushing Prime Video replacement, in which eventually, even though you're paying for Amazon Prime, you're going to end up getting ads. The only reason I imagine they're not doing it now is they just don't have enough ads anyways. The vast majority of Freeview or Freeview, whatever the website is, the service is called now. The only reason you don't have that as 100% default is the fact that they don't have enough ads, and it's all just ads for the 2 or 3 exclusives to Freeview, or ads for like 1 or 2 international drug company drugs. That there's no local ads, there's no variety in the ads, and it's so incredibly repetitive that they should reduce the number of ads to 1 or 2 for an hour's worth of video. But as for Lex as a TV show, it definitely as I'm working my way through the second season, I think I'm close to being done with the second season. It definitely highlights some problems in that it really is more of a show that should have been written for syndication to be aired out of order, and it really doesn't work that way once you start getting to different seasons, because there's like different bad guys in different seasons, and so there's this overarching plot that isn't really compatible with having episodes separated. Compare that to like Star Trek The Next Generation. For the most part, you can watch any Next Generation episode out of order. There's a couple that refer to previous episodes, but not enough that at least a significant number of the episodes can be watched out of order. Whereas Lex is, on top of being an incredibly slow show, and that's just a big problem too. It's 47 minutes, and you could easily cut down the episodes to 22 minutes, easy. And it's not even like you would have to cut down nudity or bad words in it. It's such an old show. There is basically maybe 2 nudity scenes I've seen so far, and I'm at the end of the second season. There's a lot of like horniness in the characters, and you probably would want to tone that down or tone it up and make the show a comedy. It surprisingly is not a comedy, and that's the funny thing when you think about like Tripping the Rift as a comparison. It feels like all the episodes should be parodies, should be comedies, and that every episode should be, this is the 80s porn version of a parody of Star Trek. But it kind of takes itself too seriously. It has no writing in it at all, which makes it an incredibly rough thing to also watch. In that it is very much the case where the characters will be given the bare minimum of sentences and they will speak straightforwardly. It is not like a Broadway play where they're going to go on long monologues and talk and talk and talk. The character designs are kind of weird too, in that you have Zev as a character who's part of a giant lizard. Her DNA has DNA of a giant lizard in her, so she's kind of strong enough to be the fighter, the dwarf type character in the story, and yet then they also have Kai, who is this undead assassin character, who really ends up being the actual fighter character, and then it makes Zev, who shouldn't be the damsel in distress, often become the damsel in distress regardless, when really Stanley Tweedle should probably be the damsel in distress every time, and that should be the running trope of it. Kai, being undead, is written as this emo character that doesn't want to say anything or make any opinions ever, or doesn't have opinions because he's undead, and so his catchphrase is, the dead don't think, the dead don't eat, the dead don't care, whatever. And it's just like, so you've written a character that can't emote, you've written a character that is completely unlikable in Stanley Tweedle, so even if he did emote or go on a monologue, most viewers wouldn't care. And then you have the main character, Zev, as the main focus, and she's just a little too naive to emote or have anything to say either. They wrote her as a character who was basically brainwashed and raised in a box by holograms just to be the perfect wife, so she knows nothing of anything. So you don't have any deep philosophy characters. There's also a robot head named 790 in Lex that just has been programmed to be in love with Zev, so all he does is hate on Stanley Tweedle, which is good, somewhat comedy, and love on Zev. But it creates this situation where they're fairly quickly bored with the main characters in Lex, in favor of just introducing new characters that then they will talk about and focus on, and having like guest stars per episode before they get killed off at the end of the episode, which is also a trope that they lean far too heavily in. Every single episode, anybody new gets killed and you never see them again, which it's really not necessary to do that. It speaks very much to the fact that Lex was like the first TV show by this production company, and they were really thinking things through as far as if somebody had a great positive reaction to one star new character, they couldn't bring them back, but they'd at least have to find some strategy to bring back characters. Plus it loses its impact when just every character is getting killed. I guess that is in part supposed to be some of the comedy, the very light, almost German comedy that they're doing. I think in part is the idea of, oh, isn't it so funny that we're killing off all these characters? But yeah, I don't think it really works. Probably should have done something different here, I would imagine. One thing I did do while trying to write the instructions of the smart on air sign, which is not working particularly good at the moment, it didn't catch when I started streaming today, and I'll have to double check to see why that is the case. But yeah, it just inherently needs more testing, and one of the things I was thinking of is why not take it, here's where the feature creep starts to happen, why not connect it to matter? At a certain level, a smart on air sign could be treated like a light bulb that could say, tell other services through Matter, the new smart home standard, that the light is on or the light is off. Now, in this case in particular, you don't want it to be able to be controlled by Matter. So you don't want somebody to be able to just turn on or off the smart on air sign, because then you're removing the smarts to some extent by allowing there to be mistakes, which the whole idea, number one goal is that there not be mistakes, that the sign should be on 100% of the time when you are streaming, and it should be off 100% of the time when you're not streaming. Whether you're using the standard OBS WebSocket way to determine whether you're streaming or whether you're using advanced scene switcher and the special programs for advanced scene switcher I've made to determine if you're streaming through another service like Google Meet or Cisco WebEx or Skype or something like that, which that advanced way is a little bit less 100% consistent as far as whether you are actually streaming or not, but it's as good as it's going to get. It can determine whether the application is open. It really can't determine whether those specific softwares are actually streaming or if they're just open. Although most of those softwares probably wouldn't be open and in full screen and in focus on your computer unless you were actually streaming or about to stream. So I thought about integrating it to Matter. I looked into that, and there's apparently a problem right now with Matter in that it is too big of code. The code maybe can be optimized as newer code. The code in general for Matter seems to be in flux, and that's why there is now this, while there was a lot of excitement around the idea of Matter as a concept where all smart homes would communicate with each other, it has gone from being excited about when it was announced about a year ago to now a lot of people saying it might be great in 5 years, or it might never be great because in a lot of ways Matter is just the Zigbee people trying to resell you on a technology, on a new technology, so you would have to replace or at least modify all your existing Zigbee equipment, which there might be some legitimate reasons to replace Zigbee equipment with Matter, but it also feels very much like it is just a sales technique that's being pulled with the software not supporting it. But as far as ESP32 chipsets and programming in Arduino, there's only one project at the moment that I could find, and I only did a very short search, that supports Matter, and it supports it in a fairly unsafe way because it is so big, and it makes sense that the code base might be just too big for the amount of space on an ESP32, and that you might have to see new versions of ESP32 S3s, S4s, S5s, S6s, whatever generation number might be next. We might just have to see either hardware or software built in, or just more space built in to accommodate Matter, because you're talking about code that inherently is going to be fairly bloated in that it's going to have to talk to Samsung SmartThings, it's going to have to talk to, I think, Apple HomeKit, and every other smart home service that potentially exists, Google Home, the Tuya Smart Life service at some point probably also needs to be integrated into that. And so you have like 5 different pieces of software and APIs that all have to be wrangled together, and obviously that's going to cause more lines of code than you would like. And so, yeah, this also certainly explains a question that I should have been asking, and I certainly have noticed, as to why right now you aren't seeing a lot of the cheap Tuya Smart Life smart devices get updates for Matter. There's just no software support for it, no easy way to do it, and hopefully that would eventually change and improve, but at the moment it's just a no-go. However, I did then think about it some more and looked into the possibility of doing HomeKit. And there is code in Arduino, there is a library in Arduino for a HomeKit. So I guess what I'll probably do is I'll test and just make sure it doesn't take up way too much processing power. But I'll probably integrate HomeKit completely untested as a feature into the smart on-air site, which that works for a lot of people. Certainly, if you're an Apple user, if you have HomeKit as an option, that works. The thing there for me though is I have zero Apple products. Just never been in that infrastructure, so I have no way of testing HomeKit at all. So I'll just not put it in the instructions. I'll put the code in there. I'll set the connection code, which is I'll set the connection code to just a bunch of zeros, and that'll be that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's an unpromised thing anyway, so no problem there, other than potentially wasting CPU cycles. Because my device goes to sleep, it might be a case that HomeKit doesn't like that, and so it may be a case where putting the device to sleep and then waking it up even 20 seconds later will cause problems. And again, I just can't test any of it, so whatever. On HomeKit, there's several different devices it can identify from, but as far as I can tell, if I tell it to be a light, there is a default assumption that a light has to have the ability from the app to turn the light on and off, which is again not acceptable, because that would just confuse the issue and create scenarios where somebody has flipped the on-air light off when somebody actually is streaming. So to avoid that, I will tell it to identify itself as a light sensor, and I will have it report back at 100% brightness when that light is on, and at 0% brightness when the light is off on the smart on-air side. I do not believe there's a way to disable or do anything with a light sensor in HomeKit. And certainly, even if there was something there, I can just program the few lines of code. Because it's a helper library, it's actually not more than 4 or 5 lines of code anyways. But 4 or 5 lines of code in Arduino in particular is really a great way to obfuscate how much code is actually being executed. And at a certain level, that's kind of the problem with classes in general and C programming, is when you start to have other people defining classes that have a ton more code in it, and then you make it so simple that somebody's just typing one small line of code and then it's executing 1,000 other lines of code. You're not getting a good idea of just how inefficient your code really is until you start actually testing it in the real world and seeing that things are going slowly. And that's another reason why applications just get slower and slower, is that there's not programmers looking at the code and saying, hey, this could be optimized in any way, or this could be more efficient for my purpose. I don't know if there's a programming language that actually does this, but it probably would be fairly beneficial to be able to import specific parts of specific functions and just streamline for your purpose code. I know Python lets you import only specific functions from header files instead of importing all the header files and scanning through it, which is not that big of a difference, because for the most part, if you don't actually use the code in the header file, it doesn't get added to the program anyways. But to be able to say, hey, I want you to do 90% of what this code does, but ignore line 1 or ignore line 52 and just don't bother to do that, or ignore line 52 through 100. One of the things that one of the headers I use does that's fairly annoying is that it prints out debug messages, and I'd prefer it not to do that. And there's not a good way to say, hey, don't do that. Best thing I could do is copy their code into my code and modify it, which would be the default way of solving that problem. But then that also starts to take you away from the idea of having a header file that can be updated if there's some kind of bug or anything like that. Not sure if I really did anything else over the weekend. That new cartoon comedy show on Hulu or Fox, Crapopolis, had a new episode that was fairly weird, I'd say. As far as comedic effect, that one seemed a little bit weirder, and maybe they're already running out of ideas. Alright. The gimmick there probably is somewhat limited in what you can do. And immediately they are going to have to start doing what Futurama had needed to do and did do very quickly, which is to start focusing on the characters and making it more of a character drama with comedic twists here and there versus just being a Simpsons style drama, which just doesn't really work, where the characters can be nothing and it's just the wacky scenarios happen from episode to episode. That's just an old-fashioned way of doing things, and it just really doesn't work. Plus, inherently, The Simpsons, in part, is stealing from previous shows like The Honeymooners. So, they could lean on existing pre-created concepts. There is definitely this weirdness in that I'm getting back to watching TV shows, and then the TV shows are just not available when I want to watch them. And it is that appointment television nonsense that was the old way of doing things is just not something to really deal with. I don't know if it means much of anything, but it is fairly annoying to me is that last stream I totally boned it up and took like a 40-minute phone call that I thought was really only going to be maybe a 20-minute phone call at most, and all that came out of that phone call was me screwing up my live stream because the actual goal and point around the phone call led to nothing. It was just a huge waste of time overall, and 100% of it was just a huge waste of time. But luckily I don't have that happen too often, like maybe once a year. Of course, if my smart on-air sign really did become some kind of business, and all of a sudden I'm getting so many orders, I'm having to hire employees and things like that, there's no telling how much of your life could be, my life could be eaten away with just boring phone call type stuff. One thing that's fairly annoying now is that either because of one of the new plugins I've installed or one of the settings I've changed, the Twitter tab that I have pinned is constantly getting changed, which is the exact opposite of what a pinned tab should do. It should stay on the page that you're on, and any opening of a new page or new link should by default open a new tab. So we got the rough announcement a few days ago that some kind of live action Legend of Zelda movie is being made by Sony for Nintendo, Sony Pictures. There's a default assumption, certainly, that people are making that it is going to be a big budget live action Western movie, when it very possibly could end up being a Japanese smaller budget movie, or it could just be a small budget movie in general. But here's an example of the kind of cosplay and the kind of costuming I would expect to see for Zelda as a character, and there's a decent chance we won't see as Zelda as a character in a live action movie. Here you have much closer to an Ocarina of Time Zelda character. I'd argue that maybe the face of this cosplayer is not quite the Zelda face I would expect, but the costume feels fairly in line. You've got a big Hyrule Triforce flag she's wearing. Typically you are expecting a somewhat poofy dress and crown. Even the armor here seems a little out of place. You're expecting a sash and the symbols and all of that. But of course this is not Breath of the Wild Zelda. This is much more Ocarina of Time Zelda. At a certain level, it might make a lot of sense to push for a Ocarina of Time live action movie, to push the kids back into what Zelda used to be. There is this real danger here that Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild become the Zelda in the mind by default of the newer generations of kids, and they just actively reject all previous Zelda games. And Nintendo can't really afford that as a concept, because they've just made too many Zelda games in the past. If all of a sudden characters, kids don't want to play re-releases, remakes, remasters of Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time or even original Zelda, you certainly could remake the original Zelda in some way. And I guess after Tears of the Kingdom, it probably would make a lot of sense to remake the original Zelda in a big open world. It really wouldn't be that hard, and that would be a great way to bring back dungeons as a main focus, is to say, hey, we're not going to have underground dungeons like we did in Tears of the Kingdom. We're going to get back to having like a giant open world games, open worlds with giant castles and dungeons around it also. I don't know how you really work around that. Like, you kind of need, in a big open field 3D game, you kind of need the dungeons to to be shrunk down. But I guess in fairness, all of the dungeons in the very first Zelda game do just have a little doorway entrance on the surface, and there is just this assumption that you're going downstairs and the rest of the dungeons are underground, so you can pretty much do that. You could do the almost exact same layout as the original Zelda, the exact same items and concepts. It might be fairly difficult for Zelda, for Nintendo to... I'm not really winning with any of these. I suppose one thing to ask here, and I'm not really enjoying any of these, though, would be if I was to try and just copy this, what would be forbidden? Pot of Greed and all of my extra cards. So that's not a good one. But if I was to copy this here, this is a deck I'm fairly familiar with. So let's just select this deck and play this. This is one of those rare occasions where one of my cards, one of my pre-purchase decks actually does feel like it's somewhat playable. There is also definitely a case here where Nintendo is going to try and have its cake and eat it too, in the sense that it's going to try and have Japanese actors play the characters of Link and Zelda in a live-action Zelda game, and then they're going to effectively demand that Westerners watch and enjoy a live-action Zelda with characters that would effectively have no name draw to Westerners, which that won't work. That just absolutely will not work. People may pretend like they're not affected by having big names, but if anything, the Mario cartoon animated movie proved that big names get people to go and watch the movies in theaters, and yeah. Of course, that is also the other concern, is that they will get big name actors who are just absolutely wrong for the part. It might be a little bit fun to even just have a thought as to who would be the absolutely worst cast characters in a Zelda movie. Let's see. I would say if you got Zelda is being played by The Rock, or even worse, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then if you had not Zelda, if Link was being played by Arnold Schwarzenegger or The Rock, if Zelda was being played by, say, Aubrey Plaza, and if Ganondorf was being played by, let's go with Will Wheaton or Chris Hardwick. Chris Hardwick, I would say even more than Will Wheaton as a scrawny guy. That's probably the worst possible casting that you could do for those three characters, because physically and just as our general understanding of those characters, none of those characters really match at all. Not that any of them couldn't be good in other cases. More likely we'll get unknowns or we'll get celebrities. As far as best casting goes, though, I couldn't even begin to think of it. Like, I did say that if you got the Wonder Woman actress, the Egyptian lady, to play Zelda, she probably would do a good job as far as it. Although it does kind of age up Zelda at that point, which means you kind of need to age up Link. There is inherently a problem there anyways, in that the the entire cast probably will get aged up, whereas in most people's minds, Zelda and Link are probably barely pushing 18 years old, since it is mostly kids playing the game. But yeah, for movies, you're either going to have completely unknown young actors, or you are going to have to age it up. And then, as for actual Zelda, I mean, as for Link and Ganondorf, though, I kind of feel like Ganondorf could almost be anybody. If you were to make The Rock Ganondorf, it probably would work fine. Like, I don't think there's a real need to have anybody there, because they're going to be in CGI makeup anyways. And then, as far as Link, you probably need an action character. I don't know if we have particularly a lot of young action characters. Anyways. Yeah. Go ahead and activate this. I forgot how this card works. Oh, we'll banish this, I guess. I think you banish a card and then you bring it back. Tribute one monster from the hand of field, shuffle one ritual monster in the graveyard into the deck. Add monsters banished to your hand. Yeah. Yeah, overall, it is just so much easier to play this deck. This is just a much more simplified experience. I don't think I'm gonna win this turn, but I'll be close. Moving on with the news. GameDeveloper.com has this editorial, the brutal reality that led Lionhead to cancel its GameCube exclusive called Unity. It's funny to see anything called Unity other than the Unity engine. This is looking like it's a new article. But it is also definitely a retrospective article that doesn't really have any relevance right now, and now really isn't the time to have irrelevant retrospective articles come out. Put out these kinds of articles in January or February when there are no new games to gloat about, and there's no Game Awards, things like that. Here we have there are several Baldur cosplays tonight. Here we have a Baldur's Gate 3 character being cosplayed, which I'm not familiar enough with the character to really say if this outfit is 100% accurate, but it does look very detailed. Certainly. It does do an interesting good job of highlighting the difference between your standard fantasy that tends to have more darker colors and armor on characters, gauntlets, things like that, equipable items, compared to Zelda as a character who never really has been that playable in most games. She's not playable at all, so there's no need to equip new armor and things like that. Although in all fairness, Breath of the Wild does have a lot of equipable armor for Link, so if Zelda did become playable in a game like that, she then all of a sudden probably would have a whole bunch of different outfits too, different pieces of armor to equip. Video Games Chronicle says Xbox has announced its full lineup of Black Friday deals for the US. It includes $50 off select consoles and up to 50% off over 1,000 console games. A lot of those 1,000 games, though, probably should be 50% off or more by default anyways, and compared to their Steam prices, might still not be deals. It is an odd rock and hard place situation here, in that you can either maybe get some slight discounts on the Xbox and PlayStation, maybe even get some slight discounts for the this Nintendo games and Nintendo Switch, but it is forget which one of these cards is better. One of these is better than the other. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. You're between this rock and a hard place where you can get a slight discount. Yeah, that was absolutely the wrong thing to summon. Or you can go all in on the Steam OLED deck and pay full price and pre-order that tomorrow, starting tomorrow. You can pre-order it. I did notice there's an interesting limitation that you can only order one Steam OLED deck per week per email address per user, which, okay, fair enough. I mean, if you absolutely needed as many as possible, that gives you 52 units, for assuming they even hold up that limitation for a year. Although it does create this weird situation where, like, if money was no problem, I'd probably buy 3 or 4 of them. I could see doing that if I was just a millionaire and could afford all of them. And it would be very weird to be in the euphoria of buying the first one and then having to wait a week and still feel good about spending that much money on a second one, and then having to wait another week after that and still feel good about spending that much money on the third one, and then having to wait another week after that. It's just a lot. And one of the major things about getting a new Steam Deck of any kind is that there really isn't a 100% great way to move files over. At a certain level, there is a sync thing you can install and use to move files over wirelessly from the desktop mode. There might even be, if I had one to look into it for their version, there might be a way to use something like board backup to back up your Steam Deck and transfer over a backup from one to the other. If you're just playing Steam games, it's not really an issue, but if you've got any kind of emulator or other application going, it is an issue. And you'd think it should be, particularly for Linux, it should be something that's fairly easy, in which you would just take your home directory and copy your home directory over via USB and then copy it into the new home directory. But for some reason that doesn't seem to be the case. And I don't even know if SteamOS has a separate partition for the home directory or not. At which point, if it was a separate partition, you could just copy the entire partition over, which is really not much of a difference than just copying the files over individually. But there definitely is some room for improvement there. And I imagine Valve could afford full backup service if you own a Steam Deck. Just to say, hey, Steam Cloud is going to include the entirety of all the files in your Steam Deck, wherever you put them. Certainly they could compress 99% of all the files on a Steam Deck down to just a single operating system image collection of files. Don't think I'm gonna win here. I want to play a little ranked, so I'm gonna play a little bit more today than I probably should. Yeah, game developer. Video Games Chronicle here, though, not really giving you the full list of what's on sale for Black Friday. Is this a good year to potentially buy an Xbox Series X? I can't really recommend the Series S even now. A lot of it's going to inherently come down to how you feel about where video game consoles like the Xbox Series X and the PS5 are going, and whether or not you care to engage with them at this point. Like, there's an increasing fear and a push, certainly, to have diskless consoles in the next generation, and they may actually succeed this next generation. So on one level, getting an Xbox Series X might be your last chance to have any savings at all by buying used games, which on one hand is an argument to just not buy the Xbox Series X and get into that infrastructure if you don't have a bunch of Xbox games anyways to start with. On the other hand, if you, I guess, have a ton of Xbox games and you want a backup Series X or don't have a Series X right now, it makes sense if you're going to stay in that infrastructure. Same thing can be said for the PlayStation. Like, there's a decent chance that the PlayStation 6 is going to be either completely diskless or close to completely diskless. So if you have a bunch of PlayStation discs right now, maybe you get a PS5, or maybe you get the PS5 Slim, maybe you get just the old PS5. Probably would do better getting the old PS5. I want to tribute summon something, so I'm going to play this. Plus, you know what? Getting up to ranked is probably not a terrible idea to get platinum, at least, right now. Overall, if you're just taking the 1,000-foot view, the argument this year in particular should be: don't buy an Xbox or any Xbox games, don't buy a PlayStation or any PlayStation games, don't buy a Nintendo and any Nintendo games. Go cold turkey, get a Steam Deck, probably the OLED version, 512 or 1 terabyte size of the OLED version, whether or not you want the laser etched glass for the OLED. But you just buy that instead, or even maybe buy nothing for 1 year, which is probably not an option. for most parents and most gamers. But yeah. Just getting into the Steam Deck infrastructure right now is probably the best bet this year. And then probably trading or giving away your games if you can replace them on Steam, or if you've already replaced them on Steam for the most part, would be your best bet too. And at a certain level, that is an interesting way to think about Christmas, is that the default thought as far as how it was promoted and pushed with Black Friday is to buy stuff for yourself, buy stuff for your kids, me, give it. But if you look at it the other way and say, what are you going to give, or what could you give away, this is probably a great Christmas to buy yourself an OLED and then give away your Xbox, give away your PlayStation to somebody who's maybe too young to be on Steam, really. Steam still does very much not accommodate really, really young players. Not that Xbox and PlayStation are much better, but I could see giving an Xbox to a 14 or 15 year old, or even a 10 or 11 year old, and feeling a little bit more safe on that aspect than giving them a Steam Deck OLED with the collection of games that Steam has available. I'd say Steam Deck OLEDs acceptable for a 14 or 15 year old, probably better for a 16 or 17 year old. You basically need somebody who you can at least threaten to make them go get a job if they drop the Steam Deck and break it, and them earning $650 is like a ridiculous amount of money that the kid in a part-time job after school would ever earn. But at least you could kind of threaten that, and you'd have a level of responsibility, a level of coordination that they won't just awkwardly drop it. You know, there is still a fairly wide gap between what you trust a 10-year-old with a Switch and breaking a Switch for $250 or $350 versus double that for the high-end Steam Decks. Video Games Chronicle points out that Spider-Man 2 and Mario Brothers Wonder topped US game sales in October. This is paralleling the top sales in Japan too of those two games, and the UK, I believe. So there's no big difference there really, which probably isn't that surprising. It definitely would make sense that if a game is good in one region, it's likely to sell well in the other regions, unless it is incredibly region specific, which Mario Brothers Wonder and Spider-Man 2 are not particularly region specific. Honestly, come to think of it, I'm not sure my deck has a tribute summon card in it either. May have to actually find some special deck to tribute summon things. And that's part of the proficiency test, so it's not even something I could skip. The mobile publisher Nord Current has acquired River End Games. This is, like most of these GameDeveloper.com announcements, two companies I've never heard of. Let's see, they made games like Nord Current made games like Happy Clinic and Ocean's Heart. Never heard of them. So yeah, still weird to try and figure out how relevant that is. If it is relevant. Okay. Let's now go through this whole process as fast as possible because this is going to take a while. Not sure that any of my effects are working here. Go ahead and activate this. Guess destroying that. Let's activate this and see if we can do something. I was hoping to counter that card, but this can only work on monsters. I'm not sure why they would have destroyed their Dark Magician there, unless they just had to. It seemed like that was kind of optional, but I wasn't really reading the card. Video Games Chronicle also has an article here saying that The Last of Us Season 2 may be set to cast Abby, which I guess they're showing a picture of a character here, and then they're showing Abby, the CGI character, which, okay, the hair is a different color and a different cut, but for the most part, I'd say face to face that seems fairly similar. She's a little bit tanner, where you have a very pale Abby character here. And certainly there is an argument to say maybe too many video game characters are depicted as being extremely pale and extremely white. Although inherently in the TV show, as long as Abby is about the same age and is the same gender, most people probably won't complain that much. So you could get any actress, any young and upcoming actress to play the character, and as long as she plays the character well, people I think will be moderately satisfied. This character, I skipped over the subheadline here, Caitlin Dever, I guess it's Dever, is reportedly in talks, which that too may not really mean much of anything, because the talks could easily fall through. Inherently, the rewriting they are doing to The Last of Us in the TV show to make it a slightly better story is what needs to continue to happen to just continue to make it a success. Like, people aren't particularly happy with the way the story went in The Last of Us Part 2 video game. So I wouldn't be upset, and I don't think too many people would be upset if the TV series does just have a big twist and Joel is just not dead in The Last of Us Part 2, and the events of The Last of Us Part 2 video game just never happened in The Last of Us movie. TV show, not movie. I'm still giving it a little bit of an effort to try and watch Jeff Grossman in his horrible YouTube channel with his horrible live streams where he kind of rambles and says nothing. Of course, I those in glass houses should not throw stones. I'm probably way more guilty of rambling and saying nothing. But one thing that he mentioned in his most recent stream is the idea that he is one of the judges for the Game Awards. And it does bring about, here we go, here's the voting jury. In general, a interesting question there. In that, here we have the US jury for people who are voting at the Game Awards, and when you see this, it is pretty much just the mainstream video game journalists that you probably would have some problems with. Like, at a certain point here, there's questionable people like Entertainment Weekly. I don't know if they review video games, nor do I have any clue if they do it in any level of quality. You have Game Informer, which is literally just a shill for selling games, owned by GameStop. And then you have GameSpot and Giant Bomb, which are owned by the same parent company. And the Giant Bomb now is basically, well, no, it is absolutely nobody as far as the original team of Giant Bomb. So, like, it is very much at this case one of those corporations or people concepts where the corporation of Giant Bomb is supposedly the entity that people like and want to hear video game reviews for, not any individual reviewer or journalist. Of course, that's a great argument for the likes of Jeff Grossman to stay as a jury panelist. But at a certain level, there's also an argument that he maybe should just be drummed out as not being really relevant as a people. Not that any of these jury people are really relevant. Like, I would very much like to see this entire jury eliminated and it become the People's Choice Awards of video games, or somebody else make a People's Choice Awards of video games and get rid of or overshoot the Game Awards in the first place. It very much has that Oscars feeling where it's mainstream video game journalists giving awards to games they like, and it really has no connection whatsoever to whether an actual gamer would think the games are deserved. On the other hand, drumming out Jeff Grossman just because I've heard people describe it as decided to stop doing his job and got fired eventually, or he got fired and left, or whatever. Drumming him out, there's an argument certainly against that, though, since Adam Sessler at this point really is not a video game journalist at all, and he said that himself, and he's done with it. Jeff Grossman, ironically, might be the oldest video game journalist in the room. He might be the most mature. There is definitely an ageism problem as far as video game journalism, as much as there's an ageism problem as far as video game development. So, tossing out the oldest person doesn't make a lot of sense. It does create an interesting issue, though, certainly, as far as should journalists just be journalists, should jury panelists just be jury panelists for life, or should they have to actively be reviewing games, which I'm not really sure Jeff Grossman is actively reviewing video games, at least modern video games. Of course, Jeff Gersman, when talking about it, also threw out the idea that there is this idea, certainly, that a lot of these other mainstream video game jury panelists may not be playing the games that they're reviewing either. I think there might have been some slight controversy around Kinda Funny Games. The people that run Kinda Funny Games kind of love PlayStation games, so they have a bias as much as most of these people do. PC gamers are going to have a bias around PC gaming. Like Polygon has a bias, certainly, in one way. Some of these I've not heard of, such as What's Good Games or Touch Arcade. NPR, I didn't know they were reviewing. Pride obviously is going to have its bias. Variety is probably going to have a bias. Wired, again, not something I'm even particularly aware was making games. Should probably be trying a different trick here. It's all well and good if I do win ranked play, but it's not really what I was shooting for by playing this extra game. See how this guy's gonna turn this around. Could have probably won. One more win to platinum. Let's just go ahead with that. So I'm gonna have to find some kind of unranked play I can play, or I'm gonna have to find some deck that I contribute summon something from, and yeah, I guess maybe there is an argument to winning on a streak and getting up to platinum than playing a deck that could lose a couple times without dropping you down from platinum. Although three losses and you are back down to platinum. I guess this probably highlights how useless tribute summoning has become compared to how useful it used to be. I guess the jury is fairly big because then you also have UK jury panelists being included too. Edge, Eurogamer, The Guardian, Metro, VG 24/7, Video Games Chronicle, basically trying to include everybody. And then they have a couple people from Argentina, 4 people from Australia, 1 from Benelux, I don't even know that country. 8 people from Brazil, which might be a good testament as to how many Brazilian gamers are out there. Unfortunately, the Brazilian economy and government is just in so much of a shambles, partly the US's fault, or mostly the US's fault, to the point where there really aren't a lot of game development companies in Brazil. 4 from Canada, which is kind of low. 1 from Chile, 4 or 5 from China. You'd think that might be a little bit higher. 1 from Colombia, 1 from Croatia, 1 from the Czech Republic, 1 from Denmark, 1 from Finland, 4, 5, 6 from France, 5 from Germany, 1 from Greece, 2 from India, 4 from Italy, 7 from Japan. That should probably be a little higher. 1 from Malaysia, 4 from Mexico, and then 4 from the generic Middle East. 2 for Peru, 2 from the Philippines. That's actually kind of high, I would think. 2 from Poland, 1 from Singapore, 2 from South Africa, 3 from South Korea, which I think that would have been high, or 5 from Spain, 1 from Sweden, 1 from Switzerland, 1 from Thailand, 2 from Turkey, and then nominations of all esports categories are determined by a jury of the global media outlets, but then there are esports people that seem to be allowed to vote after that. So it seems like it's fairly obvious there is a tight control around who gets to vote at the Game Awards. And that certainly might explain why Jeff Keighley, as big of a dork as he looks and seems to get a little bit of cover, and nobody really has too much of a mean thing to say about him, when there definitely is room to say some mean things about how he's running the Game Awards. He's kind of doing it a little poorly, and he's certainly just not running the events as interesting as even other events are run. He runs, the last couple events have been small feeling, with not enough people on stage talking and accepting awards. Like, I won't get into absolute minutiae as to which awards I felt like should win or not. I don't think the awards have any real value anyway, so I'm not upset about that. But as an overall event, it has felt lackluster in the past. It definitely does not feel like the Oscars. It doesn't feel like they have enough or the right celebrities in the chairs, in the audience. Oh, I think I'm doomed here. So, as far as I'm understanding it, each of these esports teams only gets to vote on specific esports categories, and they were handpicked by all these other organizations, which is a large jury pool. It's questionable if maybe Giant Bomb only gets 1 vote and Jeff Grossman gets 1 vote, or if all of a sudden Giant Bomb has like 5 or 6 people voting and they're just being listed as Giant Bomb. I would assume it should be 1 vote per person or organization. There is also an argument to be made that this is mainstream video game journalists wasting their time voting on a kind of pointless award ceremony instead of reviewing video games or doing the job that they really should be doing, which is providing consumer advice as far as what to buy, particularly around Christmas and Black Friday, which we honestly don't see a lot of that happening. Like, that you get a little bit of shopping guides for video game companies, but you don't get a ton of it. Like, when you look at me personally, if I can pat myself on the back a little bit, looking at every single video game that comes out is doing way better, way more as far as consumer advice than what you get from your average mainstream video game journalist site. And on top of that, you also have a situation where when there are sales, I tend to actually scroll through these Steam sales and look for games that are actually on sale and kind of highlight that, whereas that's too not something I see most mainstream video game journal sites doing, because they are 100% built around the idea of only promoting new games that they are getting some kind of sponsorship deal or kickback in some way from promoting. So as soon as the game is outside of its launch window, they noticeably have no concern about it at all. Yeah, and Valve themselves wants to be more hands-off, so they won't highlight or make a shopping guide specific games that much. Okay. Let's see if this works. I think we've got it there. There's also this accessibility jury. I guess it's a jury. Again, no disclaimer on this one. I would assume that these are people who actually have some kind of disability, illegally sighted, sightless combat, things like that. These probably are streamers or disabled people that have been invited to vote on the accessibility category exclusively, I imagine, which maybe it would make more sense if the esports players and the accessibility people also got to vote on everything else, but I bet that's not the case. Let's see how the nominees look actually on their website. It's kind of a rough website too. 2 clicks just to get the game of the year when it would make a lot more sense. And then apparently if you wanted to vote, you'd have to sign in, which that's an interesting thing. I feel like you very possibly are voting here and your votes aren't counting. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if either I tried to sign in and it said, hey, we don't know you. You're not part of the jury. You can't vote. Or it just gave me an account and I could vote on the website, but those votes are just my own personal votes. You have a problem here with Jeff Keighley being about the only face of the show stands out very much on this website, where everything else is just no human at all. And here's your one person. And then there's an advisory board here of somebody from Activision, somebody from AMD, somebody from EA, Epic Games in general, Phil Spencer, Hideo Kojima, Doug Bowser, the president of Nintendo of America, Riot Games, Rockstar Games in general. It's funny how this really just goes to show you these are the companies that refuse to even give a CEO or high-level manager credit. And it is just the corporation is the person. It is Epic Games. It's not Phil Spencer, the no longer executive vice president of Microsoft, the CEO of Microsoft Games now. They haven't updated that. Or here's Rockstar Games, or here's Sony Interactive Entertainment. Here you have the CEO of Ubisoft, the senior vice president of Tencent, and Valve. Again, just being Valve. It's not until you get way down here that you start seeing pictures of the actual events or people. It is a very cold website. It really just comes off as, hey, we're not even talking about video games here. This doesn't even feel like a video game website. We're talking about an award show, and that's about it. We're not talking about people. We're not talking about people presenting at the award show. we got the victory there, which gets us back to platinum. But for this proficiency test, I need to tribute summon the monster. I just don't think you can do it in solo mode. Maybe I can't. Maybe I will go into solo mode. It wouldn't hurt by any means to go into solo mode and just do a mission. Any mission at all probably would have a deck with something to tribute summon, where none of my decks do. As far as the Ritual Festival, we're continuing to make progress. We have 8 more days here. And as far as the other daily quests, we're slowly making progress there. So overall, that's going to give us 350 gems. It's really not that much. Yeah, so as far as the Game Awards and its jury and everything like that, I guess I'm just of the general opinion, I don't really believe in the idea of having an elite few, like, be the jury in any awards ceremony. I would like to see the Oscars become a People's Choice Award. I'd like to see every award show become a People's Choice Award. If you believe in democratic ideals at all, democracy at all, each person having a vote and a choice, that really is the only way it can go. Otherwise you really just don't believe in that, and the idea of having a select few people that you did not even vote in be the voters for the Game Awards, and that being reported as by the same group of people as the de facto awards that and the de facto successful games, is a problem. It's a real big problem, because while I said in just the last stream there's probably a very small percentage of people who actually would flip over a disc case and see that a video game has won a video game award, and thus they are coerced into buying it because the game won that award. That percentage is not zero. So inherently, by a select few giving an award to a game, you are then making a small percentage of people think that game is worthy of purchase some more, and so you're affecting everybody there. Plus, it is just presumptive, certainly, that you're presuming to speak for the people in the video game wars, whether it's stated outright or not. Same is kind of true for the Oscars and other award ceremonies. These people are presuming to speak for everybody and saying that these are the games that deserve awards, and that's why there is a decent amount of hate around the Oscars, is that there is a bunch of people in the Oscars voting committee that give awards to movies that people did not care for or did not see. Yeah. And certainly in this internet age, to wrap up, we could have a People's Choice Video Game Award event very easily. You could ask everybody to vote. You could integrate it directly into PlayStation and Xbox, even if they would cooperate and let you vote for things that aren't inherently on the PlayStation or Xbox. Now, Valve does have its Valve Awards, which has far too few categories of 4 or 5 usually, and limits you to a reasonable number of games that you've either actually played or games that came out that actual year. But the problem with Valve's awards is inherently it probably doesn't include anything that's not on Steam, as far as the Steam Awards. It's not called the Valve Awards, it's called the Steam Awards. And there's just too many games at that point. So I don't think they do a great job of having people potentially nominate games throughout the entirety of a year up until, say, Black Friday, and then from January 1st to, say, November 25th, allowing you to nominate any game for the year, allowing you to review and change your nominations, because it's possible you loved the game in January and didn't really care about it by November. But from those nominations, just ever going, then you boil it down to the top 20 games, and then you ask people to vote a second time and say, hey, none of the games that you nominated for this category actually made it in the top 20, so do you want to vote for one of these top 20 games, or do you want to change your vote if you had nominated something that made it in the top 20? But yeah, getting people to be involved with it throughout the entirety of the year would help build prestige. Over time, I imagine these Steam Awards will develop some prestige, but they're not taking it particularly seriously either. There isn't any big presentation, there's no stage, there's nobody presenting awards, and it feels like there is room for that, particularly now that Steam has picked a face of a spokesman of some sort, where they could just bring out that lady that shows up in the announcements and have her announce awards and give awards away. You could certainly mail awards to people and have them stream or record the reception and response, and it could all be on Steam and not be in a theater. That's fine, but it would be nicer, certainly, if it was a theater. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles has a review for the Atari 2600 Plus, which they say is stubbornly faithful recreation of the 70s legend, giving it 3 out of 5 stars, which I only bothered to even mention this because it really highlights the problems of trying to make a remake or a retro console of these first generation consoles pre-NES, where you have a very wonky control stick with one button for the Atari, and pretty much all the Atari games are pretty awful things that for decades now have been remastered and resold and rebundled on other consoles and never had any relevance at all because they're just not that good. The reason that first generation video game consoles and first generation video games failed is inherently because almost all the games were garbage and terrible. And it's not even a matter of they were limited as much to their space, they were just limited on not having precedence and not having any time to really polish and develop into something. I imagine within the limitations of an Atari 2600 game, you could make a decent text-based type game, or interesting puzzle games, poker games, things like that, and there's just not really anything like that came out. And yeah, there's just not that many people still alive that have nostalgia around the 2600. Pretty much most people around the first generation of game consoles just jumped to the NES, and that's when the real nostalgia happens. The Persona developer Atlus is raising the average annual salary by 15%. The Japanese studio hopes the moves will enable it to become more competitive on the global stage. Inherently, this means Atlus was not severely underpaying their employees and still may be underpaying their employees. And it is this weird catch-22 where you're effectively giving a cookie to some of the worst companies when they can announce that they're raising pay when you know that the people that are announcing they were raising pay have been getting away with underpaying employees for a long time. But at a certain point, I guess you just have to treat corporations like a mentally disabled child and give them cookies and give them praise for every little good thing they do, despite the fact that they're doing way more bad things. Either you do that or you just ignore them completely, which you can do for a corporation, yet can't do for a child. Steam Deck on Twitter, I'm still going to call it that, has changed its logo here to be fully red and white, which is interesting. You don't even really have the consistency of red and white on the red power button, but it just feel like they are sticking to that color palette, at least for now, while they're talking about the Steam OLED. I wouldn't be surprised if this limited run for the limited edition is actually Steam Decks that they were testing out and building. So I wouldn't be surprised if the limited editions are actually slightly used Steam Decks that they were employees at Valve were playing with and using. But yeah, it says the Steam Deck OLED starts at on the 16th, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and will start shipping immediately. Units will be available in the US, Canada, UK, and EU on Steam, and in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong via Komodo. They feel like they have a good inventory for the launch, but their reservation system ready to switch on if orders outpace inventory. They're producing units at a quick pace and will be restocking heavily every week. Steam Limited Edition will not go into reservation mode. The production is complete for the limited run, and once they sell out, they will be gone. They hope if there's high demand, we'll have more confidence to do additional colorway options in the future. It may not be that they're used. It may very well just be that this is an experiment as far as doing different types of plastic casings. At launch, each customer can purchase up to one of each OLED model per week. Oh, so it's actually slightly better. You could buy the 1TB version and the 512GB version of the OLED in 1 week, and then buy another 1TB and another 512GB version the next week. Slightly better. No limitations at all, seemingly, on the LCD versions being mentioned. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says November's PlayStation Plus games catalogs and titles, classic titles, have been revealed. Honestly, at this point, I'm tired of seeing these articles. It doesn't feel like it's really that important of a deal. So I'm just gonna say check out the article if you really want to see the list here. We'll scroll down it, but actually going through it. Now, this isn't very much video game related. Felicia Day, in particular, has been on the edges of being part of that gamer nerd culture, but never really been in a video game or voice acted in a video game that I know of. I'm probably wrong about that. She probably has voice acted in something. But what I wanted to mention here is not really that she's doing this audiobook live stream thing, Twitch live stream, whatever. I think this is an audiobook. I saw she was doing an audiobook too. I think it's all the same, but maybe she's doing two things. But I wanted to highlight Felicia Day. And if your opinion is I don't know who she is and I don't care about her, it's fair enough. But I wanted to highlight her as she was an actress who probably got a little bit lucky to have any celebrity at all without seemingly having any real connections or nepotism, which I feel like a lot of actors that consistently get work and succeed probably do have connections or nepotism helping them. But yeah, she was in the internet live stream series The Guild and kind of just did everything herself. Or The Guild felt like it was an indie live stream internet thing, and that gained her some celebrity. But notably, she didn't seemingly put all of her focus and all of her efforts into being an actress, into being a celebrity. She was in a couple of episodes of Supernatural that didn't seem to really lead to a consistent role. She may have been in the sci-fi series The Magicians for a couple episodes, like really just like a bit actor showing up here and there, and then she effectively disappeared. What she did is she basically got married and had a kid and had a life, and being an actor or an actress doesn't really give you time to get married and have a kid and have a life, and so she's been missing for the most part, or at least so uninteresting that nobody really has mentioned her for the most part for years, probably approaching a decade now. She was the face of Geek and Sundry as a YouTube channel back when they were pretending like Geek and Sundry was being run by her instead of a production company, being run by her in part. Fairly in the late parts of Geek and Sundry, she had mostly boiled down to just live streaming her and Twitch streaming her playing video games with her brother and trying to make her brother a bit of a more celebrity, but it really wasn't working very well. She still seems to have some connection to Will Wheaton, because Will Wheaton plays a voice in this audiobook thing that she's doing now. But that may just be a case that the production company still has some connections there. Or she might actually just be somewhat friends with him. But Chris Hardwick, the other face of Geek and Sundry, has long since been kicked out of that group of seeming friends. Although I did see Chris Hardwick being mentioned and playing a character in that new Fox cartoon comedy Crapopolis. So yeah, Chris Hardwick, I suppose, and none of this has anything to do with video games. It just kind of shows the difficulty of trying to be a celebrity in general, and how hard it has been for new talent to break out compared to just the already established actors and actresses taking all the roles, which is the main problem that's happening here. Chris Hardwick, though, is an interesting contrast to that, where he married someone very rich and powerful in Hollywood, and he effectively did sell his soul to Hollywood to try to get as many roles and jobs as possible, and very much was a workaholic, replacing his alcoholism that he used to have with workaholism now, and taking that manic energy and turning it into overworking. And he effectively did lose, it seems like, all of his celebrity friends by working too hard and rising above them and becoming successful, but only by becoming slightly successful. Chris Hardwick himself, still not really that successful in Hollywood either. Of the two options, I would say Felicia Day probably chose the much better path, where I suspect Felicia Day has a happy home life and a happy family and all of that, whereas I imagine Chris Hardwick is very much just obsessed with his career still today and still working way more than he should. and neither story ends with either one of them being celebrities or actually successful. It is definitely going to be a case both for Chris Hardwick and Felicia Day, who crossed paths as a Geek and Sundry, that they both are now fairly old themselves, probably pushing into their 40s and 50s. I'd say they're probably closer to 42, 45, both of them somewhere around there. So they're not even really fresh faces, and I'm certainly not paying attention to who the real fresh faces, the 18 or 20-year-olds, might be. But yeah, I imagine they're not going to succeed either. Although in all fairness, I would also say, to wrap this up, Chris Hardwick and Felicia Day, probably some of the last people who would actually try to go the standard Hollywood route to be celebrities, whereas nowadays younger people are probably going to go the YouTube, TikTok, streaming route to become celebrities. There's inherently a problem with kids these days all wanting to be on YouTube, TikTok streamers, in that they all want to be rich and think they can be rich by being streamers, and very few of them have anything interesting to say or have opinions. Most kids obviously are too young to really have any experience to have any real opinions anyways on things, but even at that, there is just a large amount of wrong motivation there as to why you would want to become a streamer. Whereas the reality of it is you're going to have real passion about what you're talking about, what you're doing to be a streamer. The good news is most kids will not either not be allowed to stream, or they'll give up on it fairly quickly when they see they're getting no views and no likes and anything like that. But yeah, your motivation shouldn't just be money for anything. You should have a real passion on what you're doing. Passion first, money second. Or never, in the case of YouTube. Moving on, I've talked way too long. Video Games Chronicle did an interesting thing here where they're saying here's what the Game Awards winners would be if it was just decided by Metacritic, which inherently highlights what a People's Choice Award might be if Metacritic is the website that actually lets people review games, because that may actually be OpenCritic. Like, Metacritic may be the one that's still only really just taking mainstream video game journalists' reviews and perhaps opening it up a little bit for non-mainstream video game journalists' reviews if they happen to have enough of a presence, if they happen to have enough of a website. So, yeah. It still feels to me like going through Metacritic, you have to trust Metacritic in the first place that their information is accurate. And second, it still feels like you are just effectively having a committee vote, a Republic style voting system here, where you're nominating people to be on Metacritic, or the people aren't nominating anybody, and really it's just a kind of, I want to say dictatorship, but it might be closer to a fiefdom system. You're having the lords appointed to effectively vote in your favor. And this is just giving you what the winners probably will be. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's not much different here from that. This does open the door for people being lazy, though, certainly, in that Video Games Chronicle, as one of the jury voters at the Game Awards, could just look at this information and say, yeah, let's just vote here. Let's not think about it anymore. And that there is just a real problem in that the Game Awards seemingly does not spend any energy to make sure that Video Games Chronicle or Giant Bomb actually reviewed the games or actually played the games. And that's where you get into the controversies where one person might review a game on Giant Bomb poorly, and then Giant Bomb as a corporation might give that game Game of the Year at the Game Awards. Or the game may not be reviewed at all at Giant Bomb, and then they give it Game of the Year at the Game Awards, which is also a problem. Let's see, Shantae Advance Risky Revolution is going to add a PS5, Switch, and PC versions. This is the 6th game in the multi-million selling series due out in 2024. So this, I believe, is more of a remake of the Game Boy Advanced game now. It's not a 100% new Shantae game, and you can kind of tell in the graphics that that's the case, because new Shantae games are not tiny little pixely things like this. In concept, I like the Shantae games, but in actual playing of them, some of the older ones can be a little rough. And I guess the question is there a Steam link here to click on? I guess there isn't. On Switch, Hogwarts Legacy's open world is no longer seamless. The first look reveals load screens and graphical changes. Some of the comparison screenshots I saw look pretty poor. But I don't think you should have been expecting anything different. Hogwarts Legacy running well at all on the Switch would be as much as you could hope for. Compromises were undoubtedly going to happen, and even with a Switch 2 potentially coming out, unless it is just a powerhouse of new technology, I still suspect any kind of port that isn't initially targeting the Switch will have major compromises on the Switch. And yeah, we really are at that point where third-party games just should not be purchased or played on the Switch, which severely reduces the value of the Nintendo Switch down to just playing Nintendo games. And that's about it. And that's exactly how I use my Switch, is I just have played a few handful of Nintendo games. And that's why I bought my Switch also fairly late into its life cycle. But yeah, any third-party game should probably be on a different system, platform, probably the Steam Deck. Inherently, the ideal situation would be able to afford owning a Switch and a Steam Deck OLED and not having spent over $1,000 to own both of those consoles. But yeah, having a decent collection of Nintendo games on the Switch and then playing on the Steam Deck, that's not really the ideal solution. The ideal solution would be to just have a Steam Deck OLED and have Nintendo games playable on the Steam Deck, either through emulation, which probably can't happen, or through the Nintendo just porting their games to Steam, which should happen, but won't. Of course, Video Games Chronicle also has this article, quote, "Could have been worse. Here's how Hogwarts Legacy compares to the PS5. The port adds loading times to squeeze in its open world onto the Switch." And see, yeah, I would assume that this is the PlayStation 5 screenshot, because you have a nice natural feeling lake here and sky with clouds, and just far off into the distance trees and mountains, and yeah, full rocks and just more polygons in general, whereas this isn't a complete direct screenshot comparison, but I assume the Switch here is just fewer clouds, fewer things you can see in the distance. The ocean looks considerably worse. In general, there's none of these rocks here. They basically had to remove entire types of things. Now, weirdly, the lighting here actually, because it's not as bright and it's probably not doing any kind of difficult lighting processes, the coat and the red back here looks way better than the blown out blackness that I see here. But again, kind of a terrible comparison, because you have a male character here, female character here. The camera is not tilted at the same angle. She could be easily standing a few feet to the left or right of where this character is. But yeah, here you have another comparison, and it is just kind of night and day. In this case, the lighting is a lot better, so this outfit looks a lot better than this one does. Moving on, 505 Games owner Digital Bros is going to cut 30% of its staff, so we're still not out of the point where people are getting laid off, and we probably won't be. I wouldn't be surprised if even past the end of the year, December 31st, we still have decent amounts of layoffs going on. Let's see. Here we have some other cosplay photos of Zelda. Yeah. The problem I do foresee with a live action Zelda in a costume like this, though, is that she's not likely to really do much in a costume like that as far as physical activity, which is fine. She might wave her hands around and do some magic, but yeah. Princess dress is not traditionally known for being flexible in combat, which is still why it makes these shoulders armor feel a little odd. Like, it feels like it should just be a bare shoulder there, or some kind of decorative thing. Let's see. Why was I brought to Twitch? I have no idea. So we'll move on. I don't know why a Twitch page is open. Nintendo UK's Black Friday deals have been revealed ahead of sale. If you're in the UK, I guess check out this article, although it really is just saying that things are discounted. This might be useful to me to just remind me, hey, I still haven't bought Metroid Prime Remastered, or maybe I want to buy Bayonetta 3. Is there really anything else you would want to buy? Or I personally would want to buy? Not really. I would definitely want this on Steam, and then there's some weirdness. It's probably not worth it to buy Dreamlight Valley Ultimate Edition now that it's not going to free to play. Which I've heard some people like the fact that it announced it wasn't going to free to play because they felt like that was going to not have microtransactions in. We'll see if that actually is the way it goes. It's probably not how it's going to go. But generally, if you're promising free to play and you don't deliver on free to play, there's a problem there already as far as trustworthiness, and that's no way to start a relationship with a long-running game. Bandai Namco has unveiled a Nintendo-focused development studios, two of them, called Studio 2 and Studio S. The two studios previously worked on multiple entries in the Smash Bros. Franchise, which I wouldn't be surprised if Studio S is specifically focusing on making a new Smash Bros. Game and just continuing down that path, whereas Studio 2 may very well be focused on making something newer or something different. The number 2 doesn't inherently bring to mind anything as far as Nintendo games or game series there, because there's already like a Splatoon 2, and that would be about the only game series that's recent that wouldn't have already had a number 2 past it, and any kind of reboot or anything like that doesn't make sense. But if they're just now unveiling teams, 4 years is likely the minimum before they actually make any game or get any game made. And yeah, it's all just gonna severely hinge around Nintendo themselves. Whether they want to approve games, whether they want to work with Bandai Namco. Notably, Nintendo is building their new facility, their bigger offices, to scale up, I think, to make more games and less hardware. It would be kind of weird if their giant new offices was all about just making new hardware and nothing else. And that's going to create a situation that will increase where Nintendo is going to not want to work with companies like Bandai Namco in favor of working with their own internal first-party development developers, like second-party developers. The rumor is that second-party developers have been struggling to deal with Nintendo recently, so making 2 new dev teams as second-party developers is probably a very bad move for Bandai Namco, but Bandai Namco may not have any other moves to play. Of course, that's a great example of just really not actionable information. It's just not relevant. And we can see the refurbished Steam Decks are still consistently out of stock. So that brings me to the main news of 2 hours and 12 minutes into the stream. And yeah, looking at SteamDB, the bug that was happening seems to have been fixed. My only major concern is maybe the scope as far as how deep down this list I'm going needs to be adjusted. Again, this should be sorted by the 24-hour peak, and yet the 24-hour peak here is not really very high. Remember, my chart stops at 150, so yeah, it does make sense that the chart is not getting any information or showing any information when you have just Counter-Strike 2, formerly known as CSGO, having huge numbers, and Dota having huge numbers above the charts, and then you have 1, 2, 3 other games in PUBG, Apex Legends, and Naraka Blade Point. And then you have this game, which I ignored because it's not actually a game, it's the source engine, and then everything is below this. So the scale needs to be factored down severely. Like, yeah, it definitely is making sense now as to what's going on here, although it also feels like my information I'm getting per day is not fully in there, because Naraka Blade Point should be here somewhere in this middle. The major issue on this chart is definitely a case that I started on 9/16, which is still showing up as our first data point. They have still yet to push it down the list and just remove it. but starting September 16th was fairly high peak for gaming, and now we're seeing fewer and fewer games mentioned. There's just a major drop off at this point, down to fewer and fewer games. So yeah, if anything, I probably should just drop everything over 300,000 as far as the top 2 games and go down to 50,000 on the chart. Yeah. As far as Steam goes, we still have yet to hit a sale, but all indications and assumptions would be that there would be a sale. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a sale that starts tomorrow, right as the Steam Deck OLED sale happens. It's not like giveaways or anything happening anymore these days. It's been quite a few years since we've had any kind of interesting giveaways at all. But I did see Lego has this incredibly long wish list digitally. It's like 260 pages, basically every single Lego set they have, and they have a giveaway. If you make a wish list and email it to yourself and then enter through the rewards program, you could win everything on that wish list, capped at $1,000, which, yeah, you're talking 4 large sets or maybe a lot of small sets on a Lego wish list for $1,000, because Legos are particularly expensive at this point. But it would be something, certainly, worth checking out, since it is just free and takes the time. Apparently, Baldur's Gate 3's Xbox release date will be announced at the Game Awards. Let's see, Larian says the game is on track for a December release. Now, what happened here is that last time my macro ran, it didn't get any Video Games Chronicle news, and noticeably the interstitial thing is not here either. That disappeared, probably because I was trying to fix my macro for some other reason. So we're gonna have a lot of older Video Games Chronicle articles that we'll just jump through and close quickly. New Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League video series launches alongside pre-orders, which wasn't that pretty much what they started the teasing and announcement of this game. Feels like it was 2 years ago and it's still not out. November's PlayStation Plus game catalog of classic titles, if you want to check that article out again. We already talked about this and this. Wonder Woman job listing suggests it might be a live service game, which I don't know how you make a live service game where you're playing as Wonder Woman, but you could almost add live service elements to nearly any game. So there's a mention here of the game having the patented Nemesis system, which would be the first time that the Nemesis system has been used in quite a while, since it was first introduced in the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow War games. But yeah, I don't see how after you get the main story done, there's going to be enough fandom there to want to continue to play as Wonder Woman, assuming you are even playing as Wonder Woman and not just playing alongside Wonder Woman. Like, she doesn't have a huge rogues gallery. You're talking very few people that aren't just also rip-offs of Spider-Man or Superman. Not Spider-Man, but Batman or Superman enemies or Flash enemies. Like her main villainess is Giganta or Cheetah or something like that, and that's just a terrible main villainess, arch rival character. Although you could backdoor just the entire DC universe into a Wonder Woman game and have her fighting everybody. She could be fighting Batman villains. It'd be a little weird if she's fighting the Joker, but it wouldn't be that unwelcome. Apparently CD Projekt is working on a mod editor for The Witcher Wild Hunt. It'll be released free of charge for PC players next year, which this might be an indication of the timeline that a game like The Witcher 3, even though it was majorly successful, just needs to throw out some kind of mod support to try and keep it as relevant for as long as possible, to try and get it to be anything like the experience of Skyrim. And it might very well be a case that large open world games, particularly fantasy games, may need to just have mod support, or just in general be programmed in such a way that they can't be easily modded for them to have as long tail of an experience as they really want it to be. Although, in fairness, if Skyrim launched with mod support from day one, not Skyrim, Starfield. If Starfield launched with mod support from day one, better mod support than what it has right now, it still probably wouldn't be received much better, because that day one experience when mods don't exist is still much more important than having a small percentage of players find mods to fix all the problems with Starfield, which, yeah, there's still problems with Starfield, just conceptually and also as far as how the game actually runs. The Metal Gear Solid Master Collection latest patch lists 20 fixes, which is nice and all, but it is probably too little too late. I would be very surprised if any of these Metal Gear games on Steam get any better reviews ever, and that I wouldn't be surprised if they're just always in the negative, and I wouldn't be surprised if Konami just uses the fact that they're in the negative as an excuse to never re-release or Metal Gear Solid games again. They're somewhat committed with the new Metal Gear Solid Delta game, but I wouldn't be surprised if they canceled that too. The only thing really pushing Konami to make video games at all at this point, since they really don't want to be a video game company, is the fact that they just haven't been able to recover from the pandemic in Japan enough that Konami can run pachinko parlors and gyms and things like that and do other businesses. Otherwise, Konami would have immediately left the video game industry, as they had already done it, and stayed out of the game industry. Let's see, the first Super Mario RPG review has been published by Famitsu. Let's see, we talked about this. Famitsu, we didn't get a review. I bet Gamatsu gives us the review score from Famitsu though. Larian wants to push many boundaries with its next big game. Okay, I'm sure they'll try. In fairness, Baldur's Gate 3 really, while very pretty, is still living within the realm of just the Dungeons and Dragons rule set, and that is going to be a somewhat limited way to make a game compared to just making your own fantasy game or your own game in general. Netflix's Pokemon Concierge gets a new trailer and December release date. I would have sworn that this had already come out, but I guess not. It's just a kind of side Pokemon cartoon with a different animation style. It feels like it's a stop motion model animation style if you look at the furriness here. I doubt stop motion animation is going to become super popular amongst kids. Yeah, stop motion series. Debut after Christmas. Yeah, I bet kids hate the way that looks and the way it animates. I bet it animates at about 12 frames per second too, and that they're just like tripling and quadrupling every single stop motion image. You kind of have to do that. You can't do a smooth 60 frames per second in stop motion. 505 Games owns Digital Brothers. Yeah, we already talked about this. 505 Games owner Digital Bros has announced plans to cut 30% of its workforce. Maybe a lot of that is Payday employees and Alan Wake 2 employees, or QA staff at Payday 3 and Alan Wake 2. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora's season pass has been detailed, including story DLC. If you want to check out this article, I don't know if I'm really ever going to have any interest in Avatar. Haven't even watched the first movie. Nintendo showcases 18 indie games coming to Switch, including Outer Wilds. Apparently this was an indie world that happened yesterday, and at a certain level it's not even really worth mentioning the games individually, for Video Games Chronicles at least. Shantae, Outer Wilds, On Your Tail, A Highland Song, Backpack Hero, Hell, Blade Chimera, Death Trick, Star Named Eos, Moonstone Isle, Core Keeper, Planet of Lana, Enjoy the Dinner, The Gecko Gods, Best Party 2, The Lost Artist, Braid Anniversary Edition, Urban Myth Dissolution Center, and Heavenly Bodies. So there's about 3 of those 18 games that I even recognize the name for. Let's see. Modern Warfare 3 topped the UK physical charts, but sales are down 25% compared to Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 3 is on track to be the lowest rated Call of Duty ever. It's pretty much at this point that we probably have seen all these stories before, and the macro is just catching up. Hades coming to iOS as a Netflix exclusive. Yeah. We talked about all of these other stories before in the previous streams. Yeah, and it went 3 pages back to catch up or figure out where the last time it had seen an article it hadn't seen before. Hopefully the macro is now caught up and is in the right place, and it won't end up opening a bunch of extra tabs on Friday. And there's our Video Games Chronicle interstitial screen in the wrong place, but at least I know what to move. And then that'll bring us to the Gamatsu interstitial. Let's see. And so these should be all new things for the most part. The Thaumaturge for PC has been delayed to February 20th, 2024. PlayStation Plus catalog is also listed at Gamatsu if you want to check that out. The cards with periods in between RPG The Misty Battlefield debut trailer details and screenshots are available. It doesn't look like quite enough of a card game for me to really want to play it. The cards seem very simplistic, and there's a lot of other visual flash and elements around the cards to the point where it's kind of questionable whether the cards mechanic even makes sense. Dragon Quest Monsters The Dark Prince has a Monsters Showcase trailer if you want to check that out. Welcome to Paradise with a Z launches February 29th, 2024. This is, I guess, a zombie game if it wants to load. Yeah, it looks like a zombie game, but I don't know if there's anything particularly special about it. Toaster Ball for the Switch launches November 30th, which I guess this is some kind of game where you shoot out pieces of toast, or you play Pong by shooting up pieces of toast, which might be a funny parody of a Pong game, but not really a fun experience. Key has announced a romance visual novel called Anomoi. Anami. Subtitle here: The Promises in the Wind. I did see, and I don't believe it's Key that's the production company or developer or translator that I saw this article about, but there is one visual novel translating company that translates the English translation very, very inaccurately and puts in just memes and jokes and things like that, and they're just throwing in nonsense political opinions that are just not in the original. Well, I won't even say nonsense. They're throwing in their political opinions that aren't in the original Japanese dialogue, not anywhere close. We've seen that happen on several games in small steps, or slight translations of one word or another, but there are a couple games that have just been completely unfaithfully translated, and yeah, it's almost never appreciated. At a certain level, I guess, if something is comedically translated and intentionally completely mistranslated, people might excuse it. There's an anime called Ghost Stories that ADV intentionally just tossed all the dialogue and made up their own comedy dialogue because they knew that the show really wouldn't sell with the original dialogue, because the original dialogue was just too simplistic, too kid friendly, and the show itself was just too spooky for a Western audience. But that's about the only example in which people, and that was anime fandom instead of video game fandom, were allowed for what effectively was a, not even really censorship, just a complete unfaithful translation. Whereas almost always in more modern times, that also happened decades ago with Ghost Story. In modern times, there is a very strict expectation that the English translation of a Japanese game should be as accurate as possible, and there is major, or at least medium-sized controversies when it isn't. I wish I could remember the name of the company or the game in particular that's the most recent story. Then I could actually be a good journalist and report on the news properly. Anyways, moving on, the Famitsu review scores for issue 1824 are out. Dave the Diver getting 36 out of 40. Discronia Chronos Alternate Defense Edition getting 27 out of 40, particularly low. Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, getting a 35 out of 40. Stray for the PS5 and 4, which that's surprising, it just now is getting reviewed and coming out, getting a 36 out of 40. Whereas Super Mario RPG is actually getting a 34 out of 40. So perhaps there's a case that Super Mario RPG is not particularly that popular, or people aren't that nostalgic for the game in Japan. Or it might just be a case that over the years it has not aged as well as brand new games. It is kind of surprising to see Super Mario RPG getting beaten out by a couple of points by 3 other games today, this week. One of the 4 reviewers loved the game and gave it 10 out of 10. The 3 other gave it only 8 out of 8. I could see some of that too, even if this remake is 100% perfectly accurate. There is problems with Super Mario RPG in general, in that you're making Mario games which have never been RPGs an RPG for the first time. It's slow, it's grindy, it introduces a lot of characters that you never see again in another game, and Mario does just come off as kind of this extra character when otherwise this is just kind of a generic fantasy game as far as the other characters go. It's not quite a pure turn-based RPG game, so I can see people being upset with that. It's also not quite an action-based RPG game. This is probably a great example of a game that should be somewhat abridged, and if there was a way to double the amount of XP per fight and reduce the number of fights by half, you could probably have a much better experience around Mario RPG. I would be very hesitant to give a kid Super Mario RPG if they had any other games that they were trying to play otherwise, because it would just be a fairly large time sink. Let's see. Cards: The Misty Battlefield launches in 2024 for the PS5, Switch, and PC. Let's see if we've got a Steam link on that already. Yeah, it's already on the follow list. A horror RPG called Cachesis has been announced for all consoles and PC. Let's see if we've got that on the follow list. The pixeliness on this is kind of interesting, as far as just, it's not really what I was expecting when I heard horror game, but also I would say they're doing a decent job of not making this feel like it's an RPG Maker game, which would be the kiss of death for any game, really. So yeah, it's got my attention somewhat, but it would have to be fairly well received. I guess this guy is an altar boy or something, and he's got some kind of wax demon gun. Definitely an interesting art style to choose. A game called Urban Myth Dissolution Center adds a Switch version. This was also another one of those independent games. Slightly different pixely art style here for a horror game, closer to what I would expect. So this is probably going to be just a list of Gamatsu going through all of the announcements. Here we can see Passepartout 2 is already rated very positively and on my wish list on Steam. Gecko Gods, it's already on the follow list. Yeah, half puzzle game as you play as a gecko, it looks like. Heavenly Bodies coming to Switch in February. It's not super surprising either that, I guess I could go ahead and put this on the wish list since it's overwhelmingly positive. Is it a single player game? Yeah. It's not super surprising though that successful, well-received independent games are coming to the Switch. That's generally the path. Enjoy the Dinner. I feel like I saw this before, but Actually, a little surprised it's not on the follow list. So I'll make a YouTube short on it whenever I get around to making YouTube shorts. It's an escape the restaurant adventure game. Planet of Lana is coming to the PS4 and 5 and Switch in spring of 2024. This really is a case where a lot of these games already had their success from a few months ago on Steam, and I'm just getting a second chance to find out whether or not I should have them on the wish list or whether I made a YouTube short around them. Outer Wilds Archaeologist Edition for Switch launches December 7th. Whereas Outer Wilds Regular Edition is overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Investigative Adventure The Death Trick Double Blind adds a Switch version. This is probably one I did miss. Yeah. There's definitely a case here where I did not see this at all. But it is also not out yet, so it's not as big of a deal. I'm trying to double click to get all the way to the right on Firefox, and it kind of doesn't work every time. I have to click multiple times, but whatever. Moon Island for Switch launches in spring. Came out on September 20th. This is a creature collecting Stardew Valley style game. Yeah, I'll have to think about that one though, whether I want to put it on the wish list. A Highland Song launches December 5th for the Switch and PC. I really have to question the value of Nintendo doing an indie presentation at this time though. It feels like that came and went with very little fanfare. And if anything, I think Nintendo probably should be having streams like that show up as advertisements on the Switch somewhere as part of the news, and just saying, hey, here's all these new games, watch this video, let's advertise to the kids and hype on that. Or Nintendo should be paying for advertisements and commercials instead of just having their own independent streams that very few people are seeing. But certainly the timing is bad here too, in that this is just the absolute worst time to be announcing indie games amongst all the other games coming out. Playism, WSS Playground, and Team Ladybug announced a side-scrolling action game called Blade Chimera for the Switch and PC. That's a lot of people. Certainly, a lot of different organizations. Backpack Hero is now available for Switch. Now, Backpack Hero, if I recall correctly, is not the game I was thinking of. It's kind of like the game I was thinking of, but I was thinking of a different one. But yeah, it's the Resident Evil 4 can you stuff everything into your backpack mini game, but they've put enough around it to make it actually make sense and be something you really want to play. Where the other game I was thinking of was just the Resident Evil 4 backpack inventory management mini game and nothing else. And it became unlikely that I would really want to play just the inventory management as a puzzle game. Like one game, this game has made it more of an RPG element experience, whereas the other game made it more of a puzzle experience with single screen puzzle experience. Yeah, yeah, I definitely am in a weirder position now than ever, as far as I could see myself just buying the Steam OLE deck and then buying no games and then not making any progress as far as getting new games. Or I could see myself just buying games and not getting the Steam OLED deck, and I could certainly see myself doing neither and buying neither. Um, so, yeah, a lot of options to spend a lot of money if you want to, otherwise, don't spend any. The star named EOS adds a Switch version launching in spring of 2024. It too has a Steam listing. This one we had already seen, although in fairness I don't remember seeing it. A turn-based strategy game, HAL, is now available for Switch and PC. Pretty much, I would say at least 70% of all of the games mentioned here on Gematsu are directly from the Nintendo independent presentation, which really does make an argument that Nintendo should have made a presentation if they really are getting all the news press for this Wednesday. The story-driven life simulation game On Your Tail is announced for Switch and PC. Although, maybe it would be better for these individual games to have their own individualized press releases, although a game like On Your Tail will be overlooked and ignored by a good percentage of players anyway, so they probably do get more coverage together when they're indie games. Core Keeper launches in summer of 2024 for all consoles and PC. Of course, I'll have to redefine my rewriting program that is changing this from being a long list of consoles, which would have just been listed out by default by Gematsu, to all consoles. As soon as we get a Switch 2, as soon as we get a new console out there, there is then going to have to be a way in which I rethink about what I describe as all consoles versus what I don't describe as all consoles. And all consoles never included VR or AR. Shanti's Risky Revolution adding a PS4 and 5 and Switch and PC versions. This one I suspect. Nope, this is the one that weirdly doesn't have a Steam link to it. And then Cross Blitz launches in early access for November 29th. So this might be the last few articles here from Gematsu might be games that actually aren't part of that presentation. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense since this doesn't mention a Switch version. Captain Velvet Meteor, the Jump Plus Dimensions physical editions launch in quarter 2 of 2024. And yeah, this is yet another game that somehow haven't seen yet. Maybe I'm too hard on myself when I see a game like this. This very well may be the first time they made any major announcement. I should just be happy that I'm catching it before it launches at all, or seeing it at all. Dune Spice Wars is coming to the Xbox Series on November 28th. I suspect this is not as well received. Nope, I'm wrong. If anything, the game is mostly positive, 79%. Still would have to really consider whether I would really want to play a management game based on Dune, whether I want to play a management game at all. ERM Collection Volume 1 launches November 21st. Let's see. Doesn't seem like it is coming to PC though. Soul Slinger Envoy of Death launches in early access on December 14th. Another game that might be something. This is probably a great example of a game that, if it didn't have a unique user interface here and here, if the guns and the screenshots just looked a little rough, I could easily see myself dismissing this as just kind of an asset flip zombie shooter, first-person shooter. But when I see custom art and skills, when I see custom user interfaces, that means somebody put a little bit more effort into it. When I see this really helps. And yeah, it definitely feels like there's more guidance to be given as far as what kind of screenshots you should make, and you shouldn't just have all your screenshots like this. Now there's some problems still here in that you have this big glowing lights here kind of blinding me, and you have a hand here that might be casting magic or might not, who knows. But none of these shots really give you a great look at what the enemies look like. You really should get at least a few screenshots where the enemy is right up in your face about to kill you. But medium distance enemies, far distance enemies are a problem, even if that is the normal way you would play the game. Having a bunch of brightness and just blowing out the screenshot can be a problem too. Now I've forgotten if this game should get a YouTube short or not, but you know what, I'll just out of abundance of caution say yes to that. And see, that screenshot shows you an enemy that we didn't see in any of the other screenshots, which might be a little bit of a problem. Dragon Quest X Online version 7.0 expansion launches March 21st in Japan. We're getting December announcements, March announcements. We are getting past the point of the new year. The 7 Deadly Sins Origin G-Star 2023 trailer is available. This is not to be confused with the adult game that I'm playing, 7 Mortal Sins Ecstasy, on my cell phone, which is a far less known anime series or game. But yeah, this is effectively a Netflix anime series turned into a video game, and while Netflix has made a lot of these 7 Deadly Sins anime series, they all feel pretty awful. And yeah, I just don't think there's a lot of storytelling going on here. Particularly for this game, I don't know who this character is supposed to be. Like, this is usually the main character, and I don't know this character, and I don't know this character, and I don't know this character. If this is an origin thing, some of these characters might end up being transformed into other characters later on in a story, and that might make some sense. But yeah, I think it is probably a bit of a reach to hope for any of the 7 Deadly Sins to ever be anything interesting. I would much more push you towards playing something around Sword Art Online, which is, I think, a much better received anime series if you were going to do that. Although anime tie-in video games in general probably should just be avoided. They're not great. You have this problem that's inherently with all of them, in that you can only tell a story so far. You can't kill off a character, you can't drastically change the situation in the video game. unless you're just going to put it in a completely different alternate universe. And even if you did that, most anime people won't be super happy with that. They don't want screenshots of something happening that didn't happen in the main story showing up because it happened in a video game. And most animation production companies don't want to release control that you could make a game set in an alternate universe to kill off a character or make anything big happen. Most of these games tend to be pretty poor in the first place. Kind of have to watch the trailer to figure out what kind of game it is, but it is tagged as an open world action game, so I assume it's probably in lines with one of those mobile phone games that is fairly nicely polished. I know there was another 7 Deadly Sins game that looked fairly nicely polished in its views, but the gameplay mechanic was just the same old boring turn-based RPG, and I couldn't stick with it long enough to actually care. In particular, I also kind of think I just couldn't care about it because of the TV series and the anime series not being really that interesting. One of the main protagonists in the 7 Deadly series anime series is also missing in that Origin game, and inherently has to be missing, so one of the most liked characters is never going to show up. Anyways, moving on, Persona 3 Reload has yet another trailer for yet another character, this time Kuromaru, I guess. A dog character, it seems like. Now, my concern here is that my understanding of Persona 3 is that it's the game where they shoot the magical guns in their head to release the spirits, so I am questioning how the dog character ends up shooting itself in the head with the magical guns to release the spirit, or if it does or if it doesn't, and how that would actually be visualized and shown. Yep. Persona 3 Reload in general still coming slowly, February 1st, 2024. And then NeoWiz acquires a 21% stake in a company called Blank. That's our last Komatsu article. Which brings us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which most of these I imagine we've already talked about. Parents are suing Roblox for allegedly hosting child grooming and sexual content after being hit with a class action suit for child gambling allegations. Roblox court is accused of enabling sexual content and child grooming on this platform. I imagine the courts will take this accusation seriously, but there is, frankly, like most internet sites, only so much any service can do. There is some that they can do and should do, but you can only catch an event after the case. And so if these parents brought up 100 incidences in which an adult tried to groom a child and then immediately they were detected and the adult account was banned, I mean, there's not anything more you can do than that for that anyways, before you get into really draconian things like making people have real IDs and face scans to log into Roblox to make sure it's only kids talking to each other. The child gambling accusations and the child labor and underpayment accusations, I think, made a much better argument for Roblox, because the whole Roblox system seems to be economically manipulative. But my default assumption is that this is lawyers getting parents to make a class action suit so the lawyers can line their pockets more than anything, and this is really just an example of going after Roblox because parents don't like Roblox versus Roblox actually being as bad as they're accusing it to be. A studio fully is to donate 10% of the Gubbins profits to charity. The charitable committee allowed the Australian studio to secure vital funding. Never heard of this game though. Yeah, there is a problem, to go back to the previous story for a second, in that there's a lot of whispered, rumored stories that are just either completely made up on the internet and off the internet, around everything. But yeah, there's a lot of stories that are either completely made up or misinterpreted, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is a lot of horror stories that get passed around between parents who hate Roblox, people particularly who hate Roblox, saying this happened, and this happened, and when it's actually investigated, or it's proven that most of these accusations and stories are completely untrue, they're just being made up. A lot of times I think adults forget how many people are just straight up liars, and when you're accessing the internet or getting stories repeated from the internet, people I think often forget that. It's very easy to forget just how many 10-year-olds in elementary school, how many high school people would just straight up lie, how many people are insane and don't see reality as it actually is in any way and will straight up lie. Yeah, I would say you probably should assume about 30% of everybody you interact with just habitually lies. They don't see reality as it actually is. It has just become a habit, particularly as they get older, to completely make up things to fit the narrative that they already believe in. And yeah, when you get into a court case and you start to try to find actual facts and actual evidence, many court cases fall apart because of that. And it really is on all levels. You have politicians that very often spout provable, like non-debatable facts inaccurately. They'll spout out total inaccurate things that they've just made up and lied about, too. And the video game industry does not need, and no industry really needs, yet another satanic panic like hysterical witch hunt against video games. It's fair enough just to say I don't like Roblox and I don't want my kid to play Roblox. You can just do that. You don't have to inherently sue Roblox and try to destroy Roblox. That's effectively taking away the rights of other parents to decide whether or not they want their kids to play Roblox or not. I don't really have anything to say about Gubbins since I don't know anything about this, but there is a story, and I've only seen it from one very inconsistent, speaking of people who really are not directly connected to facts, YouTuber, but apparently from this YouTuber, who I take everything he says with a grain of salt. A lot of what he reports on, he doesn't research or investigate at all, and he often does echo other usually very conservative voices when they make accusations, or he'll just echo things to get views. He'll just say whatever just to get views. He is very much a somewhat successful YouTuber that has done everything to effectively sell any credibility in favor of success. But yeah, considering the source, there is this accusation out here by another YouTuber, according to the source, that the completionist about 10 years ago started doing this annual charity thing and created his own charity, and apparently none of that money for that entire roughly 10 years period in that charity has been donated to any other charity or been given out towards any actual cause. The money has just been sitting for a decade. If true, this is a horrible example of mismanagement. Arguably, it might just be a case of somebody getting caught before they fully took all the money. Some of the money has been spent as tax write-offs, according to the accusation, for managing this organization. And this isn't a case where the completionist, if this accusation is true at all, it isn't a case where he trusted a charity. He started the charity. He's in charge of it, from what it seems. So at this point, I haven't seen anybody else report on it, but it does seem to me that Gerard the completionist, who is definitely an industry darling and everybody has loved him and seems always like a nice guy, has just been doing a very poor job of running this charity. And the claimed explanation he gives is unsatisfactory, in that he was just waiting till he got a big amount of money to give to some other charity, which even in that he's admitting that his charity is just a middleman charity that you shouldn't donate to. And so I won't go into any further detail because there's just not a lot of people reporting on this yet, if there is actually a story there at all. But it is worth mentioning and saying, hey, maybe you should investigate Gerard the completionist before you donate anything more to him and his charity. And in general, you should investigate charitable organizations and make sure they're actually giving money to a cause and that they aren't just raising awareness, which is what a lot of charities do, and pocketing the money as administrative fees every year, paying a overpaid board that is really not accomplishing anything at all. But yeah, and in general, do not donate to charities that aren't going to benefit the people that the charity claims to benefit and benefit you the most. Whereas I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people who donated to Gerard the completionist charities donated in such a way that they actually didn't get tax write-offs for giving a charitable donation. So that might be on the horizon. That also might be a story that is just absolutely inaccurate, or it might be a story that is just going to be dropped and not talked about because he's just not gone to the far extreme point. It is worth mentioning, though, that Gerard the completionist did very recently, in the past year, spend a massive amount of money to buy like every single Nintendo 3DS game and have a library. And so there's a lot of money that was spent there, and that doesn't inherently mean any of it was coming from the charity, but yeah, it shows that he's willing to spend money in some cases, whereas not so much in the charity's case. Inherently, the completionist and the way Gerard completionist runs his YouTube channel feels like it's wasting a decent amount of money for what they're doing and just not making enough footage or enough videos to really be getting any kind of ad revenue back to cover the costs of producers and editors and things like that. There's a much slimmer way he could be running his YouTube channel with less polish, and it would still be perfectly fine in my book. Here we have CD Projekt is working on a mod editor for The Witcher 3. We'd already seen that article from other sources. Humble Games has laid off, quote, valued colleagues as the restructuring begins. Quote, we have experienced trends that require the restructure in order to ensure the long-term success. Humble Games and Humble Bundles, another kind of example of an organization that's probably spending too much money in a kind of charity giving scheme with Humble Bundle, although arguably maybe not a complete charity giving scheme. That definitely was probably one thing. You probably were justified in writing off no, you couldn't have ever written off a Humble Bundle purchase because you were getting games as value. You can only write off charitable donations if you get nothing of value whatsoever. If you're getting video games, if you're getting a free t-shirt or anything like that, that is not deductible at that point. So, yeah. But ignoring that, there is definitely still a lot of people who are upset when they could no longer give 100% to a charity for the Humble Bundles and started having to give some cut to Humble Games, which did not, in the long run, actually help Humble Games stay profitable enough to not have to restructure. So their demands for a cut really didn't solve it. So it's one thing to be a jerk and demand you get a cut for every charitable donation through Humble Bundle. It's another to be incompetent and demand a cut and not get a big enough cut to maintain your business administration. You're making mistakes on both sides there. And then we had already talked about 505 Games owner Digital Bros to cut 30% of its staff. And then the localization developer SIDE, SIDE, opens a new office in Tokyo. They will focus on voice recording and direction for original Japanese productions along with localization for international clients. Have they actually worked on anything before? Though we're seeing like a Final Fantasy picture here. SIDE provided services for games such as Final Fantasy XVI, Dead Island 2, Bayonetta Origins, and Aliens Dark Descent. So they're probably a fairly small voice acting studio, opening offices in Tokyo where you can hire Japanese voice actors cheap. Okay, so that brings us to the fall list cleanup, but then we're here and the fall list didn't work. So I assume that means while the screen was in the right place, I don't have any fall list cleanup for today, which is fine. Which then that would bring us to all the new games on Steam, which looking at this screen here tells me that seems like that's exactly the case. And so now it's just going to come down to looking at all the new games and deciding what deserves a YouTube short, what doesn't, and we are really just not seeing any slowdown in the adult game sections too. Weirdly, it's not surprising actually at all that we're not seeing any slowdown in the horror games, though we kind of constantly get horror games throughout the year. It almost would be a funny no horror month where gamers swore off playing any horror games for an entire month, but I don't see a real reason why you would do that. You're just limiting yourself for no reason. But in general, it would kind of make sense if everybody just cooled it and focused on different types of games. But you would want it to be a positive experience too. You would want like an RPG September or something like that, where people focus on RPGs or puzzles, puzzle Februaries. And just focus on different types of games. Even on focusing on different types of games, you're still really gonna have a decent amount of horror games. So this looks like a half chess, half fighting game. But it seems like you actually do control the characters and have to fight. Which kind of throws the idea of it being a chess game out the window. No, it's weird enough that I'm going to give it a chance, but in reality I'd almost certainly say no to that game. Because it's inherently insulting thousands, or hundreds if not thousands of years of history around chess and the way chess should be played in favor of a goofy looking fighting game mechanic. Slappy board. Some kind of VR game. Do I want to make a YouTube short around this? No, but I'll be generous and give it a follow anyways. American Arcadia is already on the follow list. It's not Uncensor Project Sword Art since it is in the adult section. It's a gym matching game, as you saw, but there is one screenshot here of a 2D elf girl and a guy and several other 2D images, full screen images, and that's probably the rewards for doing the match 3 gameplay. It's $3.99. It says it supports 7 languages and interface and subtitles only. The question here would just be how many levels and how many puzzles there are. Seems to me like there's 7 girls, so 7 times something is probably the number of puzzles, but I'm not getting a full answer there. Project Sword Art, I assume, is trying to kind of inspire itself from Sword Art Online, but these characters don't look directly like parodies of the characters from Sword Art Online. They're 2D anime ladies, and that's about the only similarity there. The game is $3.99, and yeah, it looks decent enough. If anything, I would say it has a level of polish to it as far as the match 3 interface, more than what you normally see. Next game we have is called Stress Out, which, yeah, I don't think there's quite enough polish there. And we're at a 3D CGI adult game called Rebellion: The Beginning, which seems like it's kind of all over the place in that it feels like some of these characters are set in completely different time frames. I'm seeing like Roman dress, I'm seeing modern clothing, I'm seeing maybe French Revolution clothing. It really does seem like it's all over the place. There's perhaps quite a few 3D CGI ladies in this game. But yeah, that's about the best thing I can say about it. Is it seems like it is got a lot of girls in it, if it's, albeit being incredibly inconsistent in its visual novel element. $9.34 English for interface and subtitles. And yeah, it is almost certainly another case where not a lot of effort was put into that. Yeah, I think we'll say no to Kyo and the Cosmic Crystals. Last Faith is already on the follow list. Sunland Town, I assume, is a walking simulator, so that's going to be a no. Here we have a game that's already on the fall list called Duelist, although I don't remember seeing this before. It's been announced quite a while ago. Here we have a low polygon horror game of some sort. That's going to be a no. Yeah, after watching the speedruns of some of the Silent Hill games, it does really highlight to me more than I would have expected how similar Alone in the Dark and Silent Hill really are. And as such, the remake of Alone in the Dark, if it succeeds, which I would give it a lot of faith that it will succeed, might set a new standard for what an Alone in the Dark game should be. Although, in all fairness, I also wouldn't be surprised if Alone in the Dark games now go in a fairly different direction from what they used to be, and the Silent Hill games go in a completely different direction. I'll give Zips Cafe a chance. Not really going to give a chance to Ninja Forest Maze. Death Road's Tournament is now out of early access. We'll give it some more time before I decide to put it on the wish list or not. Tourist Trap looks like an interesting point and click, although almost all point and click games tend to look interesting to me. Hodgepodge Hunch. Give that a chance. Treasure Hunt Guy. I think we have to say no on this. This feels very asset flippy, like these images were just downloaded from the internet or something, or licensed. It's just inconsistent with these screenshots and this pretty awful inventory bar. And then this image here is not consistent with this image, and it definitely isn't consistent with this image. Nothing really to say for that game. Don't think I'm gonna say yes to that. Yeah, I really have no idea what you would do for a small puzzle game like this to catch my attention. There's just too many of them. They just all look too similar. This Death Elevator looks like it's inspired by Killer 7 in its visuals. So I'm gonna give it a follow list put it on the follow list for that reason. Cradles. It's a weird name for fighting dinosaurs. Hellthrone. Looks like a voxel-based top-down twin-stick shooter. Don't think it's quite good enough, though. Particularly, I think the voxel-based images lose me quite a bit. Yeah, ideally, I would want to see more games set in Christmas months. Like, get in the middle there. And this is probably true for movie studios. Don't make a movie inherently that's around Christmas, or make a movie that is all about Christmas, whatever Christmas would mean in that situation, whether you're talking a more Christian-based Christmas, birth of Jesus story, or whether you're talking Santa Claus and presents type of Christmas, secular Christmas. Either way, I don't think you should make games or movies around that. But you could certainly set it in that time, and that setting would be fine. and maybe you could use some of those screenshots in general to indicate that, hey, this is set during that time. Even a horror game, it makes some sense to occasionally have the season be between November and December instead of the seasons being kind of all over the place, or nebulous, really, where they just don't really describe what time it is. Just in general, being in a snowy environment would make a lot of sense. Silent Hill might be a great example of if there was a Silent Hill that was in Christmas time and you were seeing these Christmas decorations, that would add some flavor, some creepiness to it. This is a weird adult game I'm looking at here. What's funny is I think we've already looked at this adult game too. Like, these characters definitely seem familiar, particularly this outfit seems familiar. And it's called Workplace Fantasy, and it's extremely very positive. It's tagged with having sexual content, but there's just really nothing here that indicates that there actually is that much in there. You have like this one dungeon screenshot where a lady's in a bikini or a demon's in a bikini, or a statue of a demon's in a bikini, and that's it. Weird. Well, I'm gonna put this on the fall list, although arguably I should consider putting it on the wish list since it's already very positively reviewed. And you have quite a few people reviewing it too for what is being tagged as an adult game and being put in the adult section. This very much feels like a game that went too far with saying it has mild nudity and sexual suggestions. Like, this definitely feels like a game that shouldn't be in the adult section, considering how so many other games don't get held to that high of a standard. We don't see that happen too often, thank goodness, though. It might, if the adult section was designed that way and we started to see things even with a lot of violence and a lot of gore but no nudity in the adult section, then that would recontextualize what the adult section is. But as it currently is being used and defined, it doesn't make a lot of sense for something that just is claiming to have mild nudity to be in the adult section when none of the screenshots even indicate you're going to see much of anything. It would be like putting The Witcher 3 in the adult section because there's mild nudity in the Witcher 3, although arguably what is the definition of mild nudity, because there is very little nudity in The Witcher 3, yes, but some of the nudity, at least one scene that's nude has a lady being like tortured. So would you describe that as mild? Probably not. The phrase mild is not descriptive enough. It needs to be a phrase like infrequent or incidental, non-sexual. If you're taking a bath and you happen to be naked, that may mean something different than if you're taking your clothes off to sleep with someone. Yeah, those all would be much more informative descriptions. Well, I might have given Phantom Galaxies as a game here a follow, but the mostly negative at 21%, it tells me don't bother. We have something called Life Makeover, which seems like it's a fashion designing game, which, yeah, I do look forward to seeing more of these type of games, but for the most part I kind of feel like this is a character creator and with some high fashion on it. And it does have some in-app purchases. Well, I imagine the first few of these aren't going to be perfect, so I'll say yes to this. This also definitely has kind of a 3D modeling style that feels like it might be Chinese. Chinese, Russian. It supports English full audio and then Russian, Indonesian, Thai, Chinese, and Vietnamese in the interface and subtitles, which would make me suspect maybe it's a Russian game, maybe it's a Chinese game. Although I would lean towards more thinking it's a Chinese game. Then here we have another adult game called Yu Dong in Interspecies Cave. UDONGE. This is a cartoony 2D bunny girl. Definitely feels more of a Western animators doing that, and then the actual game is a more chibi short version of the bunny girl, which, you know what, in all fairness, I can just show it here. It's not quite a anime style on the girl, and then the character you're actually controlling is this chibi, really small 8-bit sprite. And as far as what the actual game is, it seems like you're really just working your way through this cave, and there's several game over scenes. It's one of these adult games where getting caught shows you the adult content, which means you're going to lose over and over again to try and see all the content. Seems like there's about 12 game over scenarios with about 9 monster scenarios, and most of those are adult and blurred out in the screenshots. In a lot of ways, games like this kind of feel like vertical slices more than actual full products. It's being advertised here by a completely Japanese title for $6.29, English, Japanese, and Chinese, interface only. But yeah, overall it does just kind of feel like these are the beginnings of concepts, and there isn't a full Metroidvania style platformer in the game, or a full experience to really be had. That being said, it is 92% positive with 64 reviews so far, so Undong in Interspecies Cave might be a success to the point where we might see Yudonge, or however you pronounce it, in other games, or she might already exist in other games, and like, I may just not recognize her. Back to game, I can actually show Fantasy Blacksmith Shop Simulator. Doesn't look like anything. Loca Deserta Odessa. Don't feel like there's quite enough of a polish here. Then we have yet another adult game, 3D CGI game, College Sex Episode 4, which, yeah, this developer and publisher, Erotic Games Club in particular, seems to put out these 3D CGI visual novels too frequently. They're selling it for $2.39, English interface only. It's a little too low effort. Really, all they're doing is posing 3D models and making screenshots, and that's about it. And selling it episodically in particular does not make sense. Technically, this next game is not in the adult section, although it's tagged with nudity. Hot and Lovely Tease is another 3D match game, which feels like they're actually trying in that case. And then you have these 2D anime ladies being shown, and either the images are being zoomed in to crop out things in the screenshots, or these images are just very awkwardly positioned. I'd assume they're being zoomed in, and that in the actual game you can see this lady's underwear and see more from this screen. This is 90% positive with 41 reviews, $2.79 with a free adult patch, Japanese full audio, and it definitely, they're also promoting 3D CGI. It's kind of weird to see a producer or publisher cross the barrier there between the two types of games. But yeah, it definitely felt like to me that it would make more sense for this to be the thing, for publishers and developers to just put their games out in a censored version and then have a free adult patch. But then Valve, I don't think 100% likes that as the default way of doing things either. It doesn't 100% make sense that there would be two completely separate listings for an adult section 1 and a non-adult section 1, which I've never seen them Valve allow that to happen. And so yeah, right now it seems like the momentum is for people to have uncensored games and put them in the adult section in the first place. I doubt there's too many people that would want to play a lewd but not nude version of this game unless you're just a streamer, which it is helpful to streamers certainly to be able to not install the adult patch, but it usually isn't that helpful because you still get into awkward positions where it's still probably not quite family friendly to play this game all the way through. It also creates a weird situation where I could make a YouTube short on this, but I won't bother to. So I'll put it on the full list just to see if it's well received. That's about it. This next, yet another adult game, is called Just Date, which is a 3D CGI lady, but she has giant eyeballs, like they were trying to make a 3D model of an anime girl, but failed miserably. Just giant pupils, giant eyes, but the head's too small and the color palette is too toned down, natural. So it really just makes her look awful. And she seems like she's the only lady in the whole thing. And even the guy who's only shown for a small part of him is being shown, it comes off very poorly 3D CGI rendered. It seems like it's a date simulator for the most part as far as the gameplay. And I just want to really show off this lady, just to show off how terrible the modeling is here. It really is just awful. It is English and Russian language. It says it has full audio for both English and Russian, and interface and subtitles. They're talking about it being basically a psychological test as you're dating them. That you can tell cringe jokes and pamper the girl with delicious dishes and ask interesting questions and tell stories. And I question if any of that really would be substantial. I do see in the interface it seems like there's a money heads-up display counter and possibly a confidence progress bar. Inherently, if you're going to make a dating simulator game though, you probably need to have multiple characters. Like, no one girl is going to be the perfect date for everybody, physically or mentally. So if you were going to make a dating simulator, I'd expect it, like most dating simulator visual novels, to have at least 3 characters, if not 4 or 5 characters. Space Captain McCarley, episode 4. I think I'm going to pretty much say no to this. I could try and see this first game. as a way of getting maybe a little bit more information here. Episode 1 here came out July 20th of 2018, and it has 34 reviews at 85% positive, which means technically it is over my 30 review metric as far as relevancy, but so only technically that I have no interest in going down the route of playing 4 episodic games that look like this that have been released over the course of 5 years plus. So yeah, that's going to be a no. Skybreakers. Give it a chance. Hoping I'm close to the end, but I probably am not. Visual novel for kids, Lumi and Baby, Hamster and Baby Dragon. Inherently, it's not beneficial to describe a game for kids as a visual novel at all. Like, first of all, kids not super happy around the idea of reading novels, except for a few kids. And second of all, visual novels just overwhelmingly have an air of having romance or adult content in it. Using that phrase doesn't make sense at all. It would be much better to just call this Lumi and Baby Hamster and Baby Dragon. And plenty of kids games are just a lot of visual novel elements, you just don't describe it that way. And it definitely feels like they were just hoping that that would get them more sales, when almost certainly it will get them less sales. Games for kids on Steam still not amazingly great. Here we have a solitaire game that looks like it might be good enough to give a chance to. Then we have yet another Hidden Cats game, which, man, we're seeing one every couple days. It's way too many. Teku here doesn't look particularly interesting. I don't even know what language this is supposed to be. Let's see, Turkish language for $9.99. Is there anything here that would have given me the idea that this was a Turkish game? No, I'm just not familiar enough. I don't know if I've ever even seen the Turkish language before. Although Istanbula probably would, had I read that, given me a hint. Baron of Istanbula, Hukmet. The game itself, just looking at the screenshots, not interesting looking, though. Not that I could do anything with it anyways, because it doesn't support English. Redhead to the Rescue looks visually polished enough to give a chance to. Thank you for sharing your world. Looks like a bunch of random nonsense, but not in a good way. Not in a good enough way for me to give it a chance. Little Shrimp Legend Reborn. It doesn't look like anything of interest. I need to not lose momentum here and hurry up and finish. Protoplanet Express is going to be a no. Orbitect is probably going to be a no. Yep. Poly. I'm getting down to the point where I kind of miss the days of bundling actually being a thing, but it definitely feels like we are no longer seeing adult games bundled in groups or large groups on specific days. We are potentially seeing a little bit of bundling in that you'll see 2 or 3 adult games back to back on the release schedule, but that's about it. Whoever was doing the bundling either got told to stop doing that or no longer is charge one or the other. This looks like this might be interesting. We have Love Crescendo, another LGBTQ plus visual novel style game. I like the art style. This is a great example of how some Western art styles should be instead of just aping other art styles. Although there is no one standard Western art style, and I don't think there really should be or ever will be. If anything, there's probably a dozen or so different Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network art styles to copy and ape on top of just historical art styles like Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse. Here we have a 3D CGI adult game called Nothing Is Forever. Seems like there's a large collection of ladies and kind of a diversity of ladies too. There's one African lady and looks like there's at least one Asian lady. One lady in the screenshot is actually smoking, which is very rare too. I'm seeing a group here of no less than 7 ladies together. The 3D CGI feels a little softer on this one, perhaps not as good. Feels like there might be a bit of a spanking fetish in this game, because I see at least a couple of that, or just a butt fetish in general. I'm seeing a lot of screenshots highlighting the butt. Let's see, it's early access, which is weird always for an adult game, but Nothing Is Forever is selling for $12.74. It is English in the interface and subtitles, no voice acting. See if we can get a full count on the ladies. 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 2 Asian ladies, maybe 1 Mexican lady, 1 African lady. About 8 of them overall. Seems like there's multiple endings in an RPG-like system is what they're claiming. So yeah, feels a little different. Feels like it's from a different developer, Mad Silver Lab Games. So I'm going to put that on the fall list just to see if it's received any better. Although inherently, I just don't think a cheap 3D CGI game is going to be received much worse than a much better polished 3D CGI adult game. This endless maze looks like nothing. My mouse is too much on the edge of the mouse pad, so it's getting stuck. There's a lip on the surface of the mouse pad where you can get stuck. Faded Stories, Full Moon, I'll give a chance to. Here we have another hidden object game, still getting a lot of those. This is weird. Why is Ticket to Ride claiming that it is new November 14th of 2023? This game has been available for a long time, and you can see it's mixed reviewed already. Maybe it's been in early access? Wait, I don't understand. Apparently, I somehow own the European expansion of Ticket to Ride in my library without owning Ticket to Ride. How the heck would that happen? How in the heck can that even happen? If anything, I should ask for a refund. Old game is much better. US map is too busy. Void of Joy, Bereft of Soul. You can play the game on BGA for free, and the version there is better than this. Lack of basic in-game scoring review functionality. So this is just another example of a tabletop game that is not particularly good. Of course, I can't play Mazamode Digital for this one. This is Marmalade Game Studio Limited. Yeah. And I just have no idea how in the world I could own this. I don't even know how you would refund the game. It was purchased. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know how this could have even happened. I'm glad it doesn't happen very often. But But yeah, that's a weird situation. Maybe I accidentally added DLC and didn't mean to. Or I added DLC for this version of Ticket to Ride. It is also possible that I got it for free. And that could be the case also. I honestly wouldn't put it past me to have accidentally added DLC to a shopping cart and then purchased it just while purchasing several other things. Just 1 second to get back to where I was. Well, if I did it, that means other people certainly have done it too, where they've accidentally purchased things that they don't own the base game for, but I was pretty sure Steam put a decent amount of effort into it. Here's another example of a visual novel that's just better off not having visual novel highlighted in the title. Although, in fairness, Adam Eve and Invincible is not a kid-friendly story. They probably should be fairly careful to highlight that too, is that this is not something you should be playing if you're under, I would say, at least 16, probably 18. So far, Adam Eve, now that it is out for 1 day, is being received positively enough. It will be a bit of a thought, though, as far as whether it's really relevant enough to play Invincible Presents Adam Eve. There probably won't ever be an Invincible game. It'd be hard to make an Invincible game since the character is literally invincible, and the TV show just doesn't really connect to a video game naturally. Alright, and then we're immediately back to another 3D CGI adult game called Love Potion. This one is being developed and published by New Wave Digital, and I kind of think that some of these companies may very well be owned by the same parent company when these 3D CGI visual novel games look exactly the same. Just like the same lighting, same types of models, same color palette, really. I'd say there's kind of just nothing here. The guys look a little weird, if anything. That's about the only thing I could say. Is the girls don't look amazing. $10.19 English interface and subtitles. There is a African American guy as showing up, and maybe the first African American guy I've seen in the adult game in quite a while. Next we have a game called Karma Zoo, which doesn't look like anything. And we have Dune Imperium, which anything Dune probably deserves a YouTube short. Space Mercenary Defense Force. It's gonna be a no. UFO Robot Grenadier is being received fairly well. Let's see. Cake Game. It's gonna be a no. Still have a decent amount of games still to go through. This is one of those longer days. Astral Ascent. Overwhelmingly positive. Is this a multiplayer game focused? Doesn't seem like it. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the wish list. Aether. Give it a chance. Coral Island. As far as a farming fishing sim is very positive. There definitely is a case where some of these games coming out very close to when they were announced, not having that long tail of build up, or I guess long head of build up. And fast running roguelike game, Rush On. Nah, I think I'm gonna say no to that. But yeah, it definitely feels like there's some games that straight up get announced and then maybe a few days later they are out. This game, Boiling Point, Road to Hell, wasn't this the one that they released really quickly and then removed? Well, apparently it hasn't been removed yet. Maybe I was wrong about the removed part. This is a very old game, but it very possibly will have relevancy. So, putting it on the fall list, making a YouTube short on it makes some sense. I can destroy everything. Looks like it's not much of anything as far as the game goes. Caddy looks like just a platformer, so that's going to be no. Red Rinth. I wonder if that was the same developer. Just almost the exact same looking game, black and white platforming game. Generally speaking, black and white platforming is not good enough. You need more detail for precision platforming. Jigsaw Together, I guess, is the idea of multiple people playing Jigsaw, but no, not really. It says single player only. You can use your own images to make a jigsaw puzzle, which almost every jigsaw puzzle game should do that, but that's about the only thing nice I can say about this interface. It looks awful. Here we have a joke troll game, and you'd think just having Hitler in the name of your title should immediately bring up red flags and stop the game from publishing. This is yet another just 3D colorful anime style model running around shooting things. Park up car. Doesn't look like anything. Oh, Calico. Doesn't look like anything. Street or doesn't look like anything. Yet another jigsaw puzzle game. We have some kind of Japanese game that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Chain boarding game, close the door. I guess the idea is you're squeezing all the people into the train, which is something they do in Japan, just to make sure everybody gets on and it gets going. English and Japanese interface only. Yeah, I don't think there's quite enough game here to make sense. There's, in my opinion, far too much of an emphasis on making sure that the trains in Japan leave on time and everybody is on the trains. Seems like you should probably have one and the other, but there should just be a case where more people in general are missing the trains, or the trains in general are not leaving on time, and that there really should just be more trains overall. Give this Dream Night game a chance. Here we have a 2D adult game called Sarah Man Union, which for the most part it looks like it's a pretty ugly RPG game. And then there's just a couple of screenshots here of a bedroom simulator, for lack of a better term. It's selling for $11.04. It says it has Japanese full audio with English and Chinese interface and subtitles. It says fairly low number of characters and adult scenes, about 50 adult scenes it's claiming. It definitely feels like it's trying to be more of an RPG game first and foremost, and just kind of failing at that alone. Yeah, still not anywhere close to the end. And I guess all we can do is try to rush. Here we have a music game called Shadow of Sound. Problem with music games is, even if I was going to make a YouTube short around a music game, none of the music would be playing, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to make YouTube shorts. And here you have something labeled as classical with an anime girl, and then something labeled as anime with an anime girl, and then you have the fat rat is what I think that says, with a guy in the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if this is in part somebody trying to promote their own music and then throwing in some other anime music on top of it. Open source project GitHub warehouse address. So it's some kind of open source project that is free to play and listed on Steam. Which, that's slightly interesting, but it doesn't really lead to great game development, as you can kind of tell. Loco sort. I'll give this a chance, but I'm not gonna make a YouTube short around it. Paper Can't Fly. Doesn't look like anything. Here we have something called Gods of the Twilight. Looks like a visual novel. Some kind of fighting game, fighting story, fighting narrative in a visual novel. Give it a chance. Then we have another one called The Imperial Capital Burns, which is due. This is all from the same developer, Anchor. Not sure. this refined self-personality test was one I already had on my follow list, but we can see it's overwhelmingly positive, or very positive. 88% of 293 things. You know, I'll put that on the wish list. So yeah, Anchor. Nope. This game is Volution Design. This game is Anchor. So not the same publishers as far as I can tell. Let's see. Next we have an adult 2D anime game called My Intimate Love with the Devil King, which feels like it's just a dating simulator game. I'm not sure if there's that many characters though. It seems like there might be just 2 or 3 ladies. So maybe not as much variety as you'd want. It's $8.49. It says it has Japanese full audio, and it says it supports 9 other languages in interface and subtitles, including English. Let's see. "23 basic CGs with more than 200 differentials, 120,000 words of game text, 1 main female character and 2 secondary female characters. A pure love plot is experiencing 2 different worlds. There are 6 game endings." So inherently, this white, long-haired lady with elf ears is, I assume, the Devil King. And in a game like this, since she's the main focus, she's the one you're gonna really have to like the looks of, because that's all you're gonna focus on. Which, generally speaking, they try to avoid that happening in dating sims or adult games. Now visually, this looks like this is maybe mini multiplayer games, some of which might be musical based. I'll give that a YouTube short, even though it is also kind of a multiplayer game that I would never play. Here we have another game that's labeled for kids. I would argue for kids at the end is probably the better way to indicate a game is for kids. And yeah, it doesn't look terrible. I'll see if it gets any reviews, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short around it. And we have yet another adult game, this one called Mosaic Girls Savior, with 2D anime ladies, all of which seem a little bit taller than you normally would see. Big boobs, big hips, hourglass figure, thinner waist than anatomically would be reasonable. Match 3 element doesn't look terrible either, although I think it's maybe slightly different than a match 3 gameplay style, but it's close enough to a match 3 game. It's selling for $1.19. It says it has interface and subtitles for 10 languages. Well, the low price makes me suspect that there's only 4 ladies, and of the 4 ladies, maybe that means there's only maybe 16 levels in total. So it might be a fairly short game at $1.20. But otherwise, it's good enough to keep an eye on. Of course, I can't make a YouTube short on it. Frontline 1942 Battles of World War II is mostly negative. Otherwise, I would have given it a chance. Visually, this looks fine for what it is. I don't know if maybe there's a free-to-play aspect here where it's very much pay to win. I don't know if this is a port of a mobile game, but it feels like it. I saw some people in the chat say so. Apparently someone is playing this garbage, but it's definitely felt like it was playing against bots. No way to queue with friends, but that's the least of this game's worries. Absolute garbage. Please do not play this game. So yeah, from the screenshots it looks nice. Maybe with these buttons there is an indication there that it might have been a mobile port. But the reception here, very low. And we're back to yet another adult game. Man, it really is just not stopping. This one is Paradise Cleaning Cuckold Princess when I noticed it was all taken. Now the Paradise Cleaning series of adult games has existed, but it's been probably 4 or 5 months since one has been released. It is a slightly different concept in which you're cleaning the screen of different types of debris to reveal the adult scene in the background and move the story forward. This game, Cuckold Princess, subtitle, is $3.39. It says it has Japanese full audio and interface and subtitles for English and Chinese. Don't feel like the other Paradise Cleaning games had the same character or the same story. Here we can kind of show off the characters. We're seeing 4 ladies here, so you could have as little as 1 scene with each of these ladies would be believable, or as many as 4 or 5 with these ladies. Honestly, we'd have to kind of go back and see if the other games from the Paradise Cleaning series, how well these were received. Here we have one that was 41 reviews positive. Here we have one that was 12 reviews positive. And here you have one that was 14 reviews positive. Not a lot of people playing them as far as the Paradise Cleaning series, and then they've published some other things that are not reviewed positively at all, 2 neutral ones, and then the rest have no reviews at all. Yeah, that definitely was more of the case of how I imagine most adult games were going to be, and I imagine older adult games are, is that they just don't have reviews. We still haven't really gotten to the point where the games can be hidden, so I expect maybe we'll see more mixed reviews or more game reviews for adult games in general once you can hide your ownership of it from your friends. Here we have one that's not in the adult section, although it might very well do better if it was. It's English, Japanese, and Chinese, called Misty Shining Blacksmithing, and yeah, it looks like an RPG Maker game, which noticeably we have not really seen an RPG Maker game today at all up until this point, or anything that felt like an RPG Maker game. Here we have something that catches my eye, but I don't think supports English. English full audio subtitles interface, says. Clean and slide endlessly dungeon cleaner. Well, what I'm going to do here is put this on the follow, but they've made a fatal flaw here by having what looks like Korean writing as the title and not translating it to English. I just really couldn't make a YouTube short around that. You're also seeing that it says it has 16 Euler Trail puzzle stages, which probably means there's about 16 puzzles, which is too little in general. Euler Trails, I wouldn't be surprised, are something where you come into an area and you can walk on a square only once, and then you can't return to the square, and so that it would be just one of those puzzles where you are going to have to zoom around to try and get everything perfectly lined up as you might expect it is needed to be perfectly lined up. Just going around and around and around. and then out one of the doors. But yeah, without a title, a proper English title, that's gotta be a no. I have no idea what catast is. I don't even know how you'd really pronounce that without sounding weird. I'm gonna say no to it. Welcome up to Paradise Z. And this one, these are all the tabs I opened before that were announced as indie games, which means we are close to the end. Yeah, I'll just show them all once again. These were games that we covered in more depth and determined needed to have YouTube shorts made about them. Or I determined. And that means we just have this game, which weirdly is kind of out of order. Liminal Border Part 1. It's an interesting animation style because you have some chubbier characters on it, but decent amount of polish in the animation, at least in the bigger animations, full screen animations versus the dialogue animations. So we'll put that on the follow list. And then that ends us with Pirate Fighting Simulator, which is not going anywhere. And that brings us to the end of the show. So that's going to be it for this show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's some links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.